research on Borobudur. So I have demonstrated in the past that the Kayungan inscription, I'm sorry, do you see the whole screen of the slides? Yes? Okay. The Kayungan inscription is a manifesto written to memorialize the consecration of Borobudur on the 26th of May, 824 Common Era. So next year will be a 1200-year celebration after the consecration of Borobudur. So the following slides will show the way I demonstrated the connection between the Borobudur and the Kayungan inscription. So first of all, the Kayungan inscription is, we have only remnants of the inscription, and from that remnants, a stone inscription, the description shows that it talks about a temple, and the form is like having something, an orb, like an orb, an elevated altar, one has to go up, and tenfold. And it's also mentioned like a Venuwana, the bamboo groove. And there was some kind of modification for during the construction. And in Borobudur, or at Borobudur, when teams of restorer in the beginning of 20th century, and actually one of the team was at the end of the 19th century, found there's something that is called hidden foot now. That the hidden foot shows the panels of reliefs of the Mahakarma Vibhanga. And on top, on the circular terraces, you find abandoned stupa pedestal, lotus pedestal. Then, if we read the Kayungan inscription, we find something like the king Samaratunga changed something on the edifice, and the princess Pramodawardhani also made some changes on the so-called Jinalaya, or the Buddha Setra, or the abodes of the Buddhas. So that's how I connect the inscription with the Borobudur, and I believe that's provable because the Borobudur has something connected with the inscription. After that, I did some more further research, and I believe that Borobudur is also an integrated architectural scheme of a stupa prasada, where it combines 8 great chaityas, the Samantabhadra Charya Pranidhana Mandala, or the mandala for the practice of Samantabhadra, and Dharmadhatu Mandala, the Dasa Bhumi, and the Tathagata Bhumi. So all those were combined, integrated into one temple by the architects. And following that, I also discovered that a Javanese Sanskrit text or scripture called the Sangyangka Manikan probably was mapped into the Borobudur, so that we have actually 4 spiritual paths, beginning with the Mahamarga, supreme path in the lowest terra, the ultimate path or Parama Marga, which also shows the Dasa Paramita, with the perforated stupas, and the Parama Guhya, or the ultimate secret, as the main stupa. So all of those available at Borobudur. And from that Javanese text, I believe that the main stupa is called the Hyang Buddha, or the Supreme Buddha, and the 3 terraces of the circular terraces represent the triple jewels, and on the rectangular terraces, the 5 Tathagatas. And from there, I also discovered that there's one relief showing the Anuttara Puja. So Buddhists of Borobudur knew that this Anuttara Puja, and we have actually Sanskrit text of Anuttara Puja in Bali. And we used that last year for doing or performing puja at Borobudur. So those are the architectural and function that I discovered last time. The blend shown above is UNESCO designated Borobudur as a World Heritage Site in 1991. But look at this intricate engineering or pictures showing that the architects had truly shown extraordinary feats in achieving their intricate architectural goals. You see how on the left pictures, even though the Buddhas are open space now, you see how they managed to sculpt and put together all stones into actually niches on the balustrades. On the right side, you see the reliefs, long, more than 2,000 reliefs or sculptured there. And you would understand that the sculpture was done after all the stones were put together. So no mistakes is allowed to do this. So this extraordinary feats need to be recognized, and this recognition was exactly my emphasis when I delivered a paper on the legacy of Borobudur at the Jinarakita College last year. Nonetheless, ever since the monograph and the last year paper, I cannot stop probing myself. My question is, why or what precisely would make the architects bother to do what they did? Other than the whole depiction in situ, is there any additional or more solid proof that the architectural scheme was intended as such? Or else, what exactly stirred them to create a grand and magnificent Borobudur? I went back to the Kayumungan inscription to answer the questions, as none has been able to explain satisfactorily the meaning or the context of verses 1, 2, 3, and 5. Verse 1 is as particularly intriguing because it mentions proper names: Amitawala, Sura, Amula Singha. We do not know the source from which they come nor to whom they refer. But last year, I was stunned reading the phrase Sarwa Guna Viharinam Viharaha in the Maitreya chapter of the Gandavyuha Sutra. It is parallel to the phrase Sugata Guna Gana Viharaha in the Kayungan inscription, verse 15. This parallel, as shown in the slide, prompted me to investigate the Maitreya chapter further. The Maitreya chapter in the Gandavyuha Sutra informs me that the term Sura is none other than epithet for Tathagata or Jina, who is specifically the Supreme Buddha and not the mundane one. Such Buddha has an infinite power, apramana Buddha bala. For this reason, this meaning clarifies the Sura in verse 1 of the Kayungan inscription. The poet must have used the epithet Sura to refer to the Supreme Buddha, Amulasingha, being the lion to the root. We can imagine that the poet must have coined the name Amulasingha along with an attribute of possessing an infinite power, Amitawala, as a Kayungan inscription. Now we can read this verse as follows. May the Supreme Buddha Amulasingha, the hero, possessing an infinite power, whose mind is deserted, who resides at the lofty mountain, sitting in the great Vajra, protect good beings who are lamenting and cycling in the mundane world from the adverse power of Smara. And you can see many of the terms being used in the Kayungan inscriptions are connected or parallel or corresponding with the terms being used in the Maitreya chapter. The meaning of the expression Varavasawat in verse 2 of the inscription has likewise been controversial, but now it must have been employed there to substantiate the attribute Amitawala mentioned in verse 1. Thus, the compound Varavasawat should be construed as the one having the most excellent authority, who is the Buddha Amulasingha, the Sura, or the Sri Gananatha. As such, verse 2 should be read as follows. One having proper mind pays homage to the gifts of Dharma brought by the one having the most excellent authority, being the true Dharma, untold to the people by mundane Buddha, is the best medicine for all existential illnesses. The compound Laukya Buddha in verse 2 stresses the elevated status of the Buddha praised in verse 1. This emphasis at the same time validates Supreme Buddha being one having the most excellent authority, who brings about the heaps of Dharma, or all kinds of teachings. These teachings were inserted into Borobudur. Then the poet also explained that this collection is the true Dharma and is the best remedy to cure all existential diseases. Verse 3 equates the king with the rod bearer or Yama of death. The synonym Dharma Raja is especially interesting because at the same time being a just ruler. This reference is stimulating as verse 3 considers the king being a source for knowledge and merit like Manjusri, and is full compassion toward beings in the world dragged by hundreds of miserable rebirths without end. Because of this, the reading of verse 3 is as follows. Supreme compassion to the world overwhelmed by endless sufferings of hundreds of births, one's own devotion with Raja, the source of great knowledge and merit, one who is to be venerated by the venerable ones. From these verses, we can now infer that while all refer to Borobudur, verse 1 and 2 are like expression of taking refuge to the Buddha and Dharma, praising the many excellent qualities of both, and 3, supplicating the commanding protection from both. Verse 3 is praising toward the king. Perhaps they were considered the king and the princess, actually. I didn't discuss the first 4. As the members of the holy community or the Arya Sangha. Thus, the beginning verses of the Kayungan inscriptions are like homage to the triple jewels. But the main point is, the Gandavyuha Sutra was behind these verses and in turn Borobudur. Research on the connection between the Gandavyuha Sutra and Borobudur has a long history, but it was Luis Gomez who was the first to suggest the Kutagara theory. Based on his reading of the Maitreya chapter in the Gandavyuha Sutra, his theory hypothesized that the Maitreya's abode is central to the text and that, accordingly, it was the conceptual framework for the design of Borobudur as a whole. Although, in his very own proposal in 1974, Gomez too considered the theory incomplete. He said that the Kutagara theory fails to explain more than one fundamental aspect of the monument. Gomez stated several reasons which made him either supporting or doubting his own theory. In the past, I totally dismissed the Kutagara theory due to particularly Gomez's own rejection to his theory. But now, the circumstance has ripened for me to revisit Gomez's theory. As discussed above, the Maitreya chapter provides the pertinent and necessary information to render and to understand difficult verses in the Kayungan inscription. Thus, given that the Kayungan inscription is the manifesto about Borobudur, the correlation becomes a solid proof of evidence indicating the direct influence sought by Gomez. Some passages in the Maitreya chapter provides a general view of the landscape or architectural features of the Mahakutagara of Vairochana as follows. Inside the Mahakutagara, Sudana saw hundreds of thousands of other Kutagaras similarly arrayed. He saw those Kutagaras as infinitely vast as space, evenly arrayed in all directions, yet these Kutagaras were not mixed up with one another, being each mutually distinct while appearing reflected in each and every object of all the other Kutagaras. Another passage, he also saw figures of Tathagatas adorned with the ground. He saw inconceivable reflections in each section. Here he saw the reflection of a land, there the reflection of a Buddha. All the arrays of adornments in those Kutagaras, he saw reflect adornments of Vairochana. He saw one Kutagara, which was bigger than all the others, and arrayed with adornments surpassing.
You only have 1 more minute.
All right.
Thank you.
They figure out from the Gandavyuha Sutra, and the niches are also considered like Kutagaras, have the Buddha's inside. Inside the Mahakutagara, Sudana saw 100 million of set of 4 continents, Jambudvipas and Tusitas. So this universe is an ocean of worlds inside the flower calyx adornment or the Kusumatala Garbha Vyuha Alamkara. This is the passage also conveys the activities of mind form of the Lalita Vistara, and the Mahakutagara Vairocana is the
legacy of in our second. Now it's time to Mr. Fan Chan Pap Lu to present your talk, sir. Time is yours, sir.
Okay, thank you. How many minutes? From Indonesia, from the Buddhayana movement. I see many venerables from Ekayana, Venerable Dhammavimala. It's such an honor to be here and to witness the kind of Buddhist education in Indonesia that we hear about so often here in the West. I'm very, very touched and grateful for all the work all of you have been doing to help this world wake up and enjoy the practice of mindfulness. So thank you for taking a lot of times with our teachers and sacred beauty and touch how we can realize our meditation practice in the world, because Bora Buddha is a realization of meditation practice in the stone. I'd like to talk a little bit today about, I'm speaking to you all from Deer Park Monastery, which is in Southern California. It's one of the practice centers which grew, and the practice of our teacher through his experience growing up in the French colonial times in Vietnam, and then through the American War, speaking, as it were, for the third path, how to apply mindfulness to his own mind so that he didn't become embittered or resentful or angry, but rather could continue to bring his message of compassion and understanding to the world. And I feel the greatest good fortune of my life is to have met him and to have a chance to study with him, to be his student, and especially as well to grow up together with my monastic siblings, like many of whom are also joining panels. I see my elder brother, Venerable Chanpa, who's always been a great mentor to me and great kind of, yeah. So I feel filled with gratitude and also for the beautiful work of Venerable Dhammavimala, who has been a great support as well for me and for our Sangha, connecting us with many wonderful teachers, including Venerable Chanpa Tu, who I think spoke already in the gathering, and Venerable Nyanabandhu. I just, before speaking, reviewed a beautiful letter written by Venerable Nyanabandhu, who you see in beautiful flower now, helping to lead this conference and bringing mindfulness to schools, writing his aspiration to us as his mentors in Plum Village, outlining his vision in 2018 to bring mindfulness to schools. And it's so moving now in 2023 to see this realization of what he's been doing. It's really the spirit of our teacher Tai, who always saw that happy teachers will change the world. So if we as teachers, we learn how to take care of our difficult emotions, to bathe them in the mindfulness that we cultivate through our mindful breathing, through our mindful walking, that we can actually affect a transformation in ourselves, in our families, with our colleagues, in our schools, and also in the whole world. And that is what the Plum Village movement is doing and continues to do today, whether it's areas like the climate crisis, whether it's the mental health crisis in our schools, or just general interrelational, deepening interrelational understanding and social and emotional learning. The practice of mindfulness is key to all of these very admirable goals in education. I myself was a teacher before I became a monk. So I grew up in the United States, and I went to Dartmouth College. And the one thing I didn't learn in college, though, was how to follow my breathing and take care of my emotions. So I had a very high education, but I had a lot of anger and inside of me, and I didn't know how to take care of it. And I didn't even know I needed to take care of it until it got so overwhelming that in my work as a young climate activist, called feelings. So the practice of mindfulness brought joy back into my life. And I feel what we're doing here in this conference is seeing how our own path of transformation can be translated to the classroom. And I think the key that we found in our numerous retreats for educators, starting with the 2008 retreat in Dehradun, where Thai returned to India for the last time, and he designated the main retreat in India to be for teachers. So we call teacher ethics, which are present in the Buddhist teachings, which are applicable to all religions and cultures. So how do we bring this kind of core of ethics back into education, especially in an educational system which has been focused so much on acquiring knowledge and personal advancement rather than ethical living and harmony in relationships? So that's what the movement that we come to call Wake Up Schools has started. It's based in a premise, which is that when the teacher comes and practices mindfulness themselves and touches transformation in their own life through the practice of mindful breathing, mindful walking, mindful eating, in the context of a retreat, that realization will lead to their not only their own transformation, but the transformation of their students and their colleagues and so forth. And so we've tried many things, but we always come back to just fundamental retreats for educators, which we do everywhere around the world. And I think later we'll listen to Venerable Bao Dang from Plum Village, who is at the educators retreat this summer in Plum Village. Brothers, because as teachers have pride as well. We have the whole kind of gamut of difficult feelings and emotions. And I recognize that, and it's something our teacher always encouraged us to speak about. So we learn to share what's going on in our emotions as teachers so that our students can also learn from that. And they can say, wow, my teacher also has jealousy. My teacher also has anger. My teacher also experiences hatred. But he's willing to speak about it, to speak about his suffering and about how he's embracing it with mindfulness. So that's the kind of barrier that Thai wanted to take down in the schools. He wanted to find a way to remove this distance between the teacher and the student so that the students could have renewed respect. Yeah, Asia is famous for young people respecting teachers, and we are in a society in the West here where teachers seem less and less respected. So how do we deal with the situation? Sometimes we are respected, but there's a formality. There's not a deep connection between teacher and student. Sometimes the teacher is not respected, and so there's no environment, there's not enough conditions for transformation to take place in the classroom. So what we do is we offer retreats for educators, and they come thinking, oh, I'm going to learn all these mindfulness techniques at a Deer Park retreat or a Plum Village retreat. And what they discover after a few days is that they're suffering, that they have suffering inside themselves. And it's a great realization because somehow through the Dhamma door of wanting to learn a new technique to teach in their classroom, they open the universe of their own emotions. And since that's held in the context of a retreat with 30, 40, 50, or 100 monastics, so there's a space where they don't have to think about what to eat or what to do next. They just follow the schedule, and their body and mind are penetrated by the collective energy of mindfulness of the Sangha. So that is our main approach. That has been our main kind of way of really seeding that practice of mindfulness and transformation and healing in teachers. Because then when they go back to their schools, we say, you don't even have to call it Wake Up Schools, or you don't have to say you're doing applied ethics. Just sit with your students, hold their hands, breathe with them, and help them to transform their own difficult emotions. when you do that with one student, with another, other teachers will hear about it. They'll be very curious because they also want to know, how can I help my students? And so they will ask. And this is what we've seen time and time again as we've continued in this movement of wake-up schools, bringing mindfulness and Plum Village practice into public schools, private schools around the world. So we have a number of schools which have put into practice these teachings, Plum Village practices, including, for example, bringing a bell into the classroom and rotating through the students. So not only the teacher invites the bell, like I did at the beginning of the session, but also the students have a chance to hold the bell, to have this sense of like momentary power or authority over the classroom, which is rarely granted to a student, where everyone stops and comes back to their breathing at the sound of the bell, looks deeply inside themselves, takes care of their difficult emotions. That's a great power of healing that is given to the child. And we've had first grade students, second grade students learning how to be a bell master in the classroom. It's a very beautiful thing. And if for some reason the teacher forgets to ring the bell that day or doesn't invite it before the class, the children will remind the teacher. So the children become part of the teaching themselves. And that is part of the principle of our children's programs and our retreats, as well as the reported experience of trained wake-up schools teachers. So we have a training system which involves various levels, mainly 3 levels. So level 1 is taking care of oneself. And so that's going yeah.
Sorry, sir. I'm so sorry, sir. Just for reminding that your time is only half a minute, sir.
Okay. All right. That was 16 minutes. So the first thing is that we come back to our breath, and as teachers, we level 1, we take care of ourselves. And the second level is becoming a happy teacher. So you know how to transform your difficult emotions. And that's a process of a year mentorship that we do, mainly over Zoom, with many of our lay Dhamma teachers who are educators as well. And the third level is where you actually start leading retreats for educators. And so we have a number of people in America and Europe and so forth who are leading these kind of retreats. I wish you all much joy, happiness, and deepening in your practice of mindfulness. And I hope someday soon to come back to Indonesia. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for teaching us the way how to have a mind and emotional management. Thank you so much, sir. And it's time to move to our third speaker. He is from National University of Singapore. His name is Professor Jack Meng Tat Chia. Professor, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. How are you, Professor?
I'm very good. Thank you.
Your time is 20 minutes. Sir. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, moderator, venerables, colleagues, and friends in the Dharma. A very good morning to all of you. Namo Buddhaya. I would like to begin by thanking Venerable Natnia Bantu for the generous invitation and the conference organizers for putting together this wonderful conference and symposium. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Venerable Dhamma and Ibu Prawati and the many friends and venerables from the Buddhayana movement for all their support to my research over the years. Thank you very much. Please allow me to share my slides. I will start my presentation by considering the category of Southeast Asian Buddhism. The term Southeast Asian Buddhism brings to mind Theravada Buddhism, the dominant religion in the mainland Southeast Asian state of Burma, Cambodia, Laos, and Thailand. Needless to say, scholars of Southeast Asia have long been interested in studying how Buddhism shaped the history, culture, and politics of mainland Southeast Asia. While Vietnam is considered part of mainland Southeast Asia, Vietnamese Buddhism, which mostly belongs to the Mahayana tradition, is often regarded as part of East Asian Buddhism, which is based on the Chinese language canon and widely practiced in China, Japan, and Korea. In contrast, maritime Southeast Asia conjures the image of the Malay archipelago consisting of the Muslim majority states of Indonesia, Malaysia, and Brunei, as well as the Catholic Philippines. Singapore, where I come from, on the other hand, is deemed as an anomaly because of the predominant Chinese and Buddhist population. Scholars of Southeast Asia tend to highlight the cultural and historical differences between mainland and maritime Southeast Asia by emphasizing the religious contrast between mainland Theravada Buddhism and maritime Islam and Catholicism to conceptualize the religious diversity of Southeast Asia as a region. In doing so, these studies, on the one hand, failed to recognize the presence of Buddhism in maritime Southeast Asia and its significance among Chinese communities in the predominantly Islamic and Catholic region. On the other hand, scholars of Buddhism have often limited the study of Southeast Asian Buddhism to the Theravada Buddhist majority on the mainland. For instance, Donna Scherer's seminal work, The Buddhist World of Southeast Asia, that you see on the slide, focuses only on Theravada Buddhism in Myanmar, Thailand, Laos, and Cambodia. Patana Kitiasa's State of the Field article also limits the study of Southeast Asian Buddhism to Theravada Buddhism in Southeast Asia, and suggests that Theravada, and I quote here, Theravada Buddhism is one of the most important fields of inquiry within a larger context of Southeast Asian studies, unquote. While Anne Hanson's article, Modern Buddhism in Southeast Asia, discusses Buddhist reform movements in Burma, Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam, she does recognize the presence of a vibrant Chinese Buddhist minority in maritime Southeast Asia at the end of her essay. In other words, previous scholarship has considered the category of Southeast Asian Buddhism to be almost synonymous with Theravada Buddhism. As Justin McDaniel rightly points out, Theravadians are not the only Buddhists in Southeast Asia, and they are also not limited to mainland Southeast Asia. Compared to the extensive literature on Theravada Buddhism on mainland, the scholarly examination of the Buddhist minority in maritime Southeast Asia is a road less traveled in the study of Southeast Asian Buddhism. Yet unknown to many perhaps, studies of Buddhism in maritime Southeast Asia point to larger ways that diasporic communities, institutions, and nations define religion, and how these definitions are accepted, challenged, and reshaped at the local level. Harvard professor Charles Hallisey's seminal 1995 essay, Roads Taken and Not Taken in the Study of Theravada Buddhism, is primarily concerned with the ways European colonial scholars approach Theravada Buddhism in majority Theravada states, namely in the late 19th and early 20th century Burma, Cambodia, Ceylon, and Siam. As such, Hallisey's piece does not deal directly with the study of Theravada Buddhism as a minority religion in dynamics of the local production, examine the history and contemporary developments of Theravada Buddhist communities in the Malay archipelago. I argue that Hallisey's call to is necessary for study. My presentation shows how the neglected topics are ways for the study of Buddhist communities. I will discuss the ways in which attention to both rituals and local texts has informed the works on Theravada Buddhism in maritime Southeast Asia. Although these scholars do not conceive the projects a direct response to Hallisey's concerns, their work nevertheless fruitfully extends the framework of roads taken and not taken to minority communities in the Southeast Asian archipelago. These scholars show us how Theravada Buddhists established institutions, participated in rituals, and relied on vernacular and non-canonical texts to preserve their sense of diasporic identity and ensure the survival of Buddhism as a minority religion. In his essay, Hallisey highlights the artificial separation of Buddhism and ritual by early scholars in the study of Theravada Buddhism. He points out that Rance Davids and his colleagues neglected the study of Buddhist ritual life. Following the publication of Alice's essay, scholars of Theravada Buddhism have turned their attention to the study of vernacular and ritual texts in South and Southeast Asia. More recently, John Hott's Theravada's Traditions offers a comprehensive study of the most popular rites most widely observed within Theravada Buddhist majority countries of Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Thailand, Laos, and Cambodia. While Theravada Buddhists migrated from the South and Southeast Asian homelands to the Malay archipelago, they brought their faith and ritual practices to the new host countries. And Blackburn demonstrate how Ceylonese migration to colonial Singapore during the late 19th and early 20th century contributed to the establishment of Theravada Buddhist ritual and devotional spaces. Ceylonese Buddhists, as Blackburn writes, sought access to Buddhist ritual space and ritual specialists, especially in response to illness and death. She also points out that prior to the founding of a permanent ritual system, Ceylonese Buddhists that rely on occasional visits of Ceylonese monks in transit to British Malaya, Burma, or Siam, other Southern Asian Buddhists that shared the use of Pali language rituals and scriptures, and Chinese Mahayana Buddhists whose Buddhist heritage owe more to Chinese language texts for their ritual needs. Ceylonese Buddhists also migrated to colonial Malaya and set up Theravada Buddhist temples in the Muslim-majority country. Graphy Samuels illustrate that Sri Lankan Buddhist temples are important diasporic institutions for the celebration of rituals, rites, and festivals, as well as the operation of religious and language schools. He argues that Sri Lankan temples in Malaysia provide Sri Lankan Buddhists with the social context and reproduce the devotee social memory of Sri Lanka, allowing the community in a significant function for the Sri Lankan diasporic community, preserving the community's. Unlike just like their Sri Lankan counterparts, Thai Buddhists made their way to maritime Southeast Asia during the colonial period and established temples in Singapore. For instance, Wat Ananda, the oldest and most prominent Thai Buddhist temple in Singapore that you see on the slide, was established in 1923 by a traveling missionary monk, Long Tho Hong. The monastery continues to be supported by the Thai government through the embassy. Patana Kitty Asa study shows that many more Thai Buddhist temples were established in Singapore after the Second World War and established, especially during the 1980s. Kitty Asa offers fascinating insights into the exportation of Buddhist monks, canonical knowledge, ritualized skills, and religious objects from Thailand to Singapore. He observed that many Thai Theravada monks are magical and ritual specialists who have been invited by their Thai or Singaporean Chinese followers to give sermons, provide magical services, perform special rituals, and offer readings and consultations in Singapore. He also discussed how rituals are an important part of Thai religious life in the diaspora. Kitty Asa concludes that the growth of Thai Buddhism in Singapore since the 1980s is a result of strong spiritual and administrative ties between Buddhist authorities and communities in Thailand and Singapore, as well as the popular demand for Thai monks' magical rituals and amulets by Singaporean Chinese Buddhist community. In contrast to Singapore, where Thai migrant monks, along with their Thai and Chinese patrons, contributed to the expansion of Thai Buddhism, Kelantanese Thai Buddhists have long been living in Malaysia's northeasternmost state of Kelantan. Irving Johnson uses the Thai Buddhist village of Bampo On as a case study to explore how Kelantanese Thai Buddhists as an ethnic and religious minority define and negotiate a unique identity for themselves depend on these religious institutions. Johnson also observed that the interactions between Thai Theravadin and Chinese Mahayanis led to the construction of Chinese. More intriguingly, Johnson suggests that many of the temple abbots in the village, despite their religious position, have only basic knowledge of Buddhist teachings and ritual role. Therefore, Kelantanese attention religion in the Muslim majority region. My recent work looks at higher ordination in the Theravada tradition in Burma under the tutelage of Mahasi Sayadaw. Subsequently, he founded the Indonesian Buddhayana movement as a way to promote Indonesian Buddhism for a culturally diverse and linguistically diverse Indonesia. Dressed in a Theravadin saffron robe and wearing a beard in the Chinese Mahayana style, Asing Jarakita considered himself Mahayana movement re-emerged rather than in the origins of the tradition. For instance, Buddhayana's liturgical Buddhayana's liturgical text, A Guide to the Buddha Dharma, reveals two major characteristics of the Buddhayana's liturgical practices. First, the national anthem is discourses on jewels, the Ratana Asian population, and sought to use religion as a tool to counter communism. Asing Jarakita was quick to adjust his strategies to ensure the survival of Buddhism, the principle of in the Sanghavato Arahato Sammasambuddhasa. The concept of Sanghya Buddha was accepted by Suharto's government, thus ensuring that Buddhism continued to be one of the recognized religions in Indonesia. Buddhist minorities in Southeast Asia and in Asia more generally are a lesser studied group, even though Charles Hallisey's essay does not the Buddhist community century later. As I have discussed in my presentation, recent studies on how Theravada Buddhists live as Taoists and folk religionists within local contexts. Hallisey's call to focus on religion and the local generally in maritime Southeast Asia. This growing body of scholarship with shifts have constantly negotiated and adjust their strategy of engagement, Dharma propagation, and interactions based on specific local conditions. The differing historical and social realities of Buddhist communities in maritime Southeast Asia comprise an understudied area that deserves a better understanding of the dynamics between majority and minority religions and how interactions play into the political, social, and cultural landscape of today's Southeast Asia. They can also help us reimagine the region in the ways that notions of nation states and majority religions have obscured. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you so much for your great presentation, wonderful talk. Your talk has already enlightened us both in online mode and also in offline mode about the condition of Buddhism minorities until political, social, and cultural landscape in Southeast Asia. Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you.
Give applause to Professor and all our speakers. I'm sure that all, both in online, offline mode, are enlightened by these wonderful talks presented by our three wonderful speakers. And then for the next part of the session, since our speakers have already presented their talks and presentations, we will start our question and one question because of the limitation of the time. Anyone wants to ask any question? Yes, please, Mbak. Please. Yes, please, Mbak.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Denisa Sembiring. I'm from Medan, North Sumatra. My major is Buddhist religious education to teach about mindfulness for the students, especially in control.
North Sumatra. It's a good.
But getting that insight yourself, you cannot replace that with just learning from a book. I mean, I shared a little bit about this book I put up for everyone. Can you see me? Yeah. Many and the teachers who are in that book, they are still around teaching.
So nice answer. given by Biksu. Uh, is that answer your question, Pak? Okay, nice. So now, our next schedule is awarding the certificate to our wonderful speakers today. So the committee will prepare the certificate. And I think the certificate will be given online. So, yes, for the first certificate will be given to Dr. Buddhayana Kandajaya from United States. Thank you very much, Dr. Kandajaya. Thank you so much for your nice and inspiring talk today. Thank you. And then the second certificate will be given to Fan Chan Pap Lu from Deer Park, Plum Village, United States. Thank you very much, Biksu, for your inspiring and enlighten us for your wonderful way for managing our mindfulness. Thank you so much. And then the third certificate will be given to Professor Jack Meng Tat Chia from National University of Singapore, Singapore. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you so much. Again, as the moderator and on behalf of the participant and the committee of this international seminar, I would like to thank you all for your nice talk and also presentation. And I hope personally, I think all of the participants today hope that we can meet directly in the offline mode for the next occasion. Thank you so much. Well, now it's time for me as the moderator to close the session. Thank you so much for the participation and for the much best regard. Ternyata belum selesai. Untuk hari ini. So we will directly continue our second session for today's seminar. The first speaker will be from Bandung Institute of Technology or ITB in bahasa Indonesia, Profesor Toto Winata PhD. Professor, please. We invite you to come here, Professor. How are you, Professor? Okay, good, thank you. Nice. And then the second speaker will be Most Fan Chan Pap Kam from Asian Institute of Applied Buddhism, Hong Kong. He will be available for us in online mode. And then the third speakers will be Fan Assistant Professor Si Sang Ying from Hua Fan University, Taiwan. Please, man. How are you, man? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we will invite Professor Toto Winata, PhD, for deliver his talk and presentation. Professor, time is yours, Prof.
Thank you for the moderator. Namo Sanghyang Adi Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya. Yang kami muliakan, saya muliakan para Biku Sangha, yang mulia Bante Dharma Wimala Mahatera, Bante Nyana Maitri Mahastafira, dan anggota Sangha yang lainnya. Tanpa mengurangi hormat, tidak saya sebutkan satu persatu. Para praktisi Buddhis, baik di majelis maupun umat Buddhis semuanya, para student. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation from Venerable Nyana Bandu to share the experience of the practical of the Dhamma in the higher education in Bandung Institute of Technology. So that's why my talk this morning will be the case studies testimony as student-centered learning method in Buddhist ethics and religion class at Bandung Institute of Technology. Now let me a little bit introduce myself. My name is Toto Winata. I come from Physics Department, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Bandung Institute of Technology. And also, I'm the lecturer for the Buddhist Ethics and Religions since 1993, for continuing the Buddhist lecture in ITB, Bandung Institute of Technology, after the late Dr. Maha Upasaka Pandita Dr. Parwati Supangat resigned from the ITB. So that's why it is quite different from physics to Buddhist religion, right? But I will show that there is a close relationship between these two subjects. Okay, next slide, please. So in this talk, I will cover six parts. The first, I will introduce the student-centered learning method, which is now becomes very popular in higher education, especially in Indonesia, since the improvement and development of the technology. Now we are in the Internet of Things era, where everything lecture or the class in the higher education now based on the student activities. And next, I will explain also how we adopt this method in the learning process in the class in order to get better understanding of the Buddhist practice of the Dhamma. I think I will move to the floor. So this very lebih friendly ya daripada di atas ya. Mohon maaf Bante. Bagi para mahasiswa mungkin saya mix antara bahasa Inggris bahasa Indonesia ya. Oh ya, oke. Terima kasih Pak. Terima kasih Romo ya. And then the third part, I will relate the method, the SCL method. I will call the student-centered learning method as the SCL method, relate with the practice of the Dhamma. I will choose, for example, the 5 virtues or 5 precepts and the 4 noble values of the Dharma for the student as the points to start the learning process, right? Then after choosing the topics, the student next have to choose the experience practices, which is very difficult at the moment. So they have to choose the past experience, right? In order to get the testimony in front of the students in the class, right? And this testimony, of course, I will show, will inspire the other students to get a small project at the end of the semester as the proof of the understanding of the Dhamma practices. For example, here I will show how they practice the dana as the highest practices as the paramita, and they will relate with the one of the sutta, which is in the Digha Nikaya, Sigalwada Sutta. They will choose related to the downward direction. And at the end, I will show that this method, sharing the experience as the testimony, can give the way, the alternative way to understand the concept of the Buddhist Dharma in terms of the daily practical activities. Next slide, please. This is one of the example how we can see the situation in the class. So the method show that the material of the explanation will be initiated by the students. Then from there, they have to explain in terms of the past experience as the testimony. And at the end, I will summarize and give some future works. And here is the one of the typical class in Bandung Institute of Technology, where in this class we have around 60 students. And here is the assistant, Indra. He helped me to do the coordination during the class with the students, and also doing the coordination as the mentors after class meeting. Next slide, please. All right. After that, the student, after initiate the topics, then they have to do the plan, choose the Dharma concept, for example, 5 precepts or 5 virtues, and 4 noble values. Then they create the student groups, okay? Create the group for discussion. And here the example of the situation in the class during the discussion, creating the groups, and maybe invite member of groups to share their experience, past experience, and so on. Okay. Yes, next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the example how they choose the Sigalwada Sutta, which is the sutta in the Digha Nikaya, as the topics. Next slide, please. And here the example how they try to pick up some past experience in order to give the inspiration testimony in front of the class in the next meeting, in the following meeting. Next slide, please. And after that, they do the arrangements of the application. Here the example how they really practicing the dana activities to the farmers, the poor farmers, as one of the direction in the Sigalwada Sutta. Okay. Next slide, please. Excuse me. Please go back. Okay. Here also they show how the metta, karuna, and mudita are being practicing during the interaction with the poor farmer. So they initiate the metta and develop the metta, and also at the same time karuna and the mudita, okay, as 3 values in the 4 noble values. Okay, next slide, please. Here are the example, the students, how they involving in the discussion and the testimony in front of the class. Since we are using the hybrid meetings during the class, some students joining the class using the Zoom application. Here the 3 students, they using the Zoom connections. Since now the Bandung Institute of Technology has 3 campuses, one in the Ganesha campus, this is the main campus. ITB also now has another 2 campuses. The second one in eastern part of Bandung in Jatinangor, and the last one in the western part. Yes, the eastern part, and the third one, the last one, further eastern in the Cirebon campus. Okay, so we have 3 campuses for the undergraduate studies. Now we have another 2 campuses for postgraduate studies. The one in Jakarta and the second one in Bekasi. Right. Okay. Next slide. Next slide, please. And here, as we can see, the student involved how they help the family practicing as the downward direction, which is the assistant of the helper in family. They're doing the shopping, and then making the food in the kitchen, cleaning, doing the cleaning. At the same time, also the student have to maintain their activity in the campus, doing the academic activities. Okay. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Right, at the end, here the example how I run the meeting in the class during the semester. Here in the Ganesha campus, and now here on the second picture here, I was in Jatinangor campus at the same time with the Jatinangor students. And the rest are from the Cirebon campus and also from the Lampung campuses. At the same time, also, I am the lecturer for Buddhist ethics and religion for the Institute of Technology in Sumatra, ITERA, which is located in the suburb of Lampung. So some students here using Zoom connection, also attending the Buddhist ethics and religion at the same time. And in this screenshot, I was explaining the feedback to the students and also give the resume, okay? And also pointing out the inspiring part of the testimony and direct the student to get the future works to apply the Dhamma. Okay, next slide, please. Right. And finally, I will conclude my talk this morning. The student-centered learning has been shown as a good alternative way to get the learning process in the higher education. And also, I was lucky the ITB give the chance to the lecturer the ability to apply the student-centered learning method in the class during the semester. And of course, if we are doing learning process using this method, we are able to elaborate with the students. So we give the students as the center of the learning process to apply the Dhamma. Okay, this means to apply the Dhamma, flashback to the past experience, and then from the past experience, sharing the testimony. From the testimony, then they choose the small project to finish up at the end of the semester, then show the project can be used as the way to get the understanding of the Dhamma, better understanding. Kita Mas Tafira, beliau ini yang menahbiskan upasaka saya di Wihara Wimala Dharma pada saat Waisak tahun 1983. Pada saat itu saya dengan Yang Mulia Bante Dhamma Wimala sama-sama sebagai pemuda di sana ya, juga dengan Yang Mulia Bante Arya Maitri, Mas Tafira. Setelah itu baru Yang Mulia Bante Nyana Bandu ya. Kemudian pada saat bersamaan juga saya perlu terima kasih kepada Supe, saya panggilnya Supe karena itu ini ya masih sejajar dengan Sukong ya, dengan Bante Asin, Supe Wansian dari Wihara Samudra Bakti, itu yang memberikan ini apa cipratan air suci ya, blessing. Ketika saya minta namanya ke Bante Asin mengatakan kamu minta ke Bante Dharma Surya Bumi. Jadi saya juga perlu berterima kasih karena dari situlah saya mendapatkan nama Buddhis saya, my Buddhist name Kemawana, ya. Yang artinya saya tanyakan ke Bante Surya Bumi, artinya hutan yang aman katanya. Ternyata hutan yang aman itu the same meaning with my name, my Chinese name, Professor Tesing, yeah, Tesing, yeah. The same name. That's the related karma. And also to Bante Yang Arya Bante Jinamito Mahatera, beliau ini dengan kemampuan batinnya bisa melihat saya sedang mencari guru untuk meditasi, sehingga beliau pada tahun 83 memanggil saya, "Kak, kamu belajar meditasi dengan Yang Arya Bante Dharma Surya Bumi." Ya, itu. Jadi saya perlu berterima kasih ya. Dan tentunya yang pertama tentunya memang saya harus berterima kasih, ini harus saya pindahkan ke pertama ini. Tentunya kepada Ibu Upasika Pandita Dr. Anda Suktadarmi yang sudah meninggal ya, almarhumah. Beliaulah yang mengenalkan agama Buddha ke saya. Introducing Dhamma ke saya ya, di SMA, high school ya. Karena waktu itu saya ada di keyakinan sebelah ya, tetangga. Sedang mencari juga gitu ya. Kemudian tentunya of course to my previous teacher, Ibu Maha Upasika Pandita Dr. Parwati Supangat, almarhumah ya. Karena dari beliaulah dasar-dasar agama Buddha itu, terutama metta, karuna, mudita, diletakkan ya melalui praktek di kelas. Dan beliau juga yang meminta saya sebagai asisten, her assistant for the lecture, Buddhist lecture. And also later in 1993, she asked me to be a lecturer for the Buddhist ethics and religion.
Excuse me,
in
sir.
Bandung Institute of Technology. Yeah, okay. And also I have to address my gratitude to Dr. Megawati Santoso. Sayang sudah tidak ada di sini ya, karena dari Ibu Megawati inilah saya mengenal Bante Dhamma Wimala, Bante Arya Maitri, Mas Tafira, ya, Bante Dharma Surya Bumi, Bante Agaji Namito, karena beliaulah yang mendorong saya untuk ke Wihara Wimala Dharma. Tanpa Ibu Mega, saya tidak mengenal Wihara Wimala Dharma. Mungkin saya mengenal wihara yang lain gitu ya. I think that's all from me this morning. Thank you for the attention, and I hope it will give useful experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Toto Winata, PhD from Bandung Institute of Technology. Professor Toto has already talked about one of teaching method, namely student-centered learning, or SCL best, and also he also talked about his research from the students of Buddhist Ethnics and Religion class in ITB. Thank you, Professor. Give applause to Professor Toto Winata, PhD. And then for the second speakers, it will be done online, and our second speakers will be Most Venerable Chan Pap Kam from Asian Institute of Applied Buddhism, Hong Kong.
Yes.
Please, sir.
Have you seen my screen?
Hi, sir. How are you, sir?
Very good. Thank you for inviting me to the conference. I'm very happy to participate in this conference. Sorry that I cannot be there on site, but thanks to the technology, I can be here. I can be there through Zoom. Thank you for inviting me to the conference.
Okay, so we invite Most Venerable Chan Pap Kam, and now time is yours, sirs. Please.
Yes. Dear venerable monks and nuns, dear honored guest, I will talk about the topic on applied Buddhism and how to develop mindful society to bring the insights of individual and social healing and transformations. And I'm from Asian Institute of Life Buddhism in Hong Kong, and it was established by General Master Thich Nhat Hanh, Zen Master Thich Nhat Hanh in 2010 when he visited Hong Kong. And in terms of the developing mindful society to bring the insight, our teacher, Zen Master Thich Nhat Hanh, have wrote this calligraphy: peace in oneself, peace in the world. It just says that we need to have peace with ourselves first before we can have peace in the world, because everything depends on our looking. The way that we look at the world will decide how we act, how we behave. So peace in the world begins with peace in ourselves first. And this one is very important to acknowledge, to be aware of, because when we want to do social work, we mostly concentrate outside. We want to change the world, but not changing ourselves. But in order to change the world, we need to change ourselves first. So a happy person make a happy world. In terms of building a worldwide community, back in the 1960s, our teacher, Zen Master Thich Nhat Hanh and Dr. Martin Luther King have talked about the beloved community. And the beloved community is an idea that say everybody in there practicing ethics, practicing compassion, caring for each other. And even though Dr. Martin Luther King passed away in 1960s, the work of building the beloved community are still being continued by both his community and also Thich Nhat Hanh community. The works of building a harmonious community worldwide have been advocated by many great humanitarian leaders. In the 2011, the city of Auckland have opened a monument called the Champions for Humanity, featuring 25 humanitarians where their works have a great contribution to worldwide peace. They include Reverend Martin Luther King, Mother Teresa, Chief Joseph, Susan Attorney, Thich Nhat Hanh, Helen Keller, Nelson Mandela, and others. So when we look into these monuments, we are feeling inspired that great works have been done by our ancestral, by our spiritual ancestors, and we need to continue their work. Their works have left a big mark for us to follow. So what do we need to do in order to build a beloved community, a worldwide community of awakening? In Buddhism, we already have the 5 precepts. So this question was asked in the Dhyana Nikaya. There is a question of, we said something like this: why do beings live in hate? Why do people who have wholesome mental formations, who are really want to live without hate, they wish to live in peace? But why? Why do people live in hate, harming one another, hostile, and as enemy? In Buddhist psychology, we have what they call emotions, mental formation. We have wholesome mental formation and unwholesome mental formations. We have both, but why people live mostly with their unwholesome mental formations? So the Buddha replied, people live in hate, harming one another, hostile, and as enemy because it is the bond of envy and non-generosity.
I'm sorry, sir.
Yes.
Sorry. I think you haven't shared the screen, sir.
Oh, I did not share. Share.
Because it is only
okay.
In page number 1. Okay.
Okay, now I share again. Somehow it got lost. Okay, let me share that again.
Okay, sir.
Have you seen it now?
Yes.
You see it now. So sorry, I will just go over what I said quick enough so that you are not being missed on that. So when building the
not yet, sir. Not
okay.
yet, sir. Kindly share it.
Okay, I'll do that again.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now, do you see the sharing? Can you see it now?
Yes, yes, Bhikkhu.
Okay.
Yes, Bhikkhu.
So I will briefly go over again. When we talk about building a worldwide community to help heal and transform, we need to start with ourselves. That's our teacher have written a calligraphy, peace in oneself, speed in the world. Because the way that we look at the world will determine how we act, how we behave. So in order to have peace in the world, it has to start with oneself. Many of our spiritual teachers, great leaders in the world, have tried to build a harmonious community worldwide. Among them are Dr. Martin Luther King and Zen Master Niyatan. They have a concept that called the beloved community, where people live with ethics, live with compassion, with wisdom, and happen to build a caring community. And in the city of Auckland in 2011, they have opened a monument to remember all the champions for humanity, which include Reverend Martin Luther King, Mother Teresa, Nelson Mandela, Thich Nhat Hanh, Gandhi, and many others great humanitarians who have tried to bring peace to the world. And now what we need is to follow their footsteps. These humanitarians cross all ethics, all races. So this one is really human values. It's global values, global ethics. The Buddha will ask why people live in hate, harming one another, hostile, and live as enemy. These things are unwholesome mental formation. But beside that, we also have wholesome mental formation. We want to live without hate, without harming, without hostility. So what are the reason? So the Buddha replied, it is because of the bond of envy and non-generosity, which are born from liking and disliking. Liking and disliking was born from desire. Desire was born from thinking. And thinking arises from elaborate perceptions and notions. So the key note is here. We live in hate, in harming, hostility as enemy because we have elaborate perceptions and notions. And when these elaborate perceptions and notions are not present, peace and happiness, thinking do not arise. Therefore, we will be able to live in compassion, wisdom, love, caring. So what are these elaborate thinking, perception that bring us into not being able to live with each other in peace and harmony? in the 5 precepts, which include not kill, do not steal, do not have sexual misconduct, do not lie, do not consume alcohol and intoxicants. Then Master Tiyathan have revised it and make it into what he called the 5 mindfulness trainings, of which the first mindfulness training is saying like this: aware of the suffering caused by the destruction of life. I am committed to cultivating the insight of interbeing and compassion and learning ways to protect the lives of people, animals, plants, and minerals. I am determined not to kill, not to let others kill, and not to support any act of killing in the world, in my thinking, or in my way of life. Seeing that harmful actions arise from anger, fear, greed, and intolerance, which in turn come from dualistic and discriminated thinking, I will cultivate openness, non-discrimination, and non-attachment to views in order to transform violence, fanaticism, and dogmatism in myself and in the world. We look at the situation of the world right now, the Ukrainian-Russian war, the Israel-Hamas war that is happening right now. Thousands of people have died because of the 2 wars, and there's no end to that now in the near future. What can we do to help? There is lots of hatred, anger, and ignorance, and that caused the war. So we need to take a look at non-discrimination. Everybody has the right to live. Everybody has the right to be loved and to love. Everybody has the right to be taken care of. So how do we spread this into all segments, all races in the world, regardless of what we call Islam, non-Islam, Catholicism, Jewish, Palestine, whatever we call, all people have these values and it needs to be taken care of, to be loved, to love. So this is the cause. The cause is from dualistic and discriminated thinking, where in the sutra it says that because of this, it's called hatred, it's called liking, disliking, it causes envy, it's called non-generosity. So the teachings is already in there. Can we practice concretely these values into our daily life? There is also another training, loving speech and deep listening, aware of the suffering caused. Somehow it was lost. Can you see it? Do you still see the slide?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's good. Because in my computer. And now how do we practice this in real life where hatred and anger are so much in display as in the two wars now? Loving speech and deep listening, aware of the suffering caused by unmindful speech and the inability to listen to others. I am committed to cultivating loving speech and compassionate listening in order to relieve suffering and to promote reconciliation and peace in myself and among other people, ethnic and religious groups and nations. Knowing that words can create happiness or suffering, I am committed to speaking truthfully using words that inspire confidence, joy, and hope. When anger is manifesting in me, I am determined not to speak.
Sir?
Yes.
Sorry, sir, disturbing again. I think you are not sharing the screen, sir. You are not sharing the screen.
Somehow, wow.
Kindly click the slideshow, sir.
Okay, I got to do that again. Somehow it keep okay. I have to now. Do you see the slide now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have 2 more slides, and it's so it should be okay. So the main thing is to use open space and deep listening. I will practice mindful breathing and walking in order to recognize and to look deeply into my anger. I know that the roots of anger can be found in my wrong perceptions and lack of understanding of the suffering in myself and in other persons. Now, the key thing is this one. In our daily life, we use a lot of speech, but most of the time, the speech is not loving speech, and we lose the capacity to listen to each other, to the needs of ourselves and to others. We always look for the interest of ourselves. So the practice of the first mindfulness training, relevant for life, and the practice of loving speech and deep listening can already help to bring peace to the world, to ourselves. How do we implement it worldwide? In the beginning of the 3rd millennium, Zen Master Thich Nhat Hanh and a group of about 35 Nobel Prize Peace laureates have worked together and to put out what we will call the Manifesto 2000. And they were based on the 5 precepts of Buddhism. This was based on that. So this one is what the manifesto is for. The Manifesto 2000 for a Culture of Peace and Nonviolence was written by the Nobel laureate in order to create a sense of responsibility starting on a personal level. It is not an appeal or petition addressed to a higher authority. It means that we, the person, can do it ourselves. It is the responsibility of each and every individual to put into practice the values, attitudes, and forms of behavior which inspire the culture of peace. Everyone can contribute to this aim within their family, their area, their town, their regions, their country, by promoting nonviolence, tolerance, dialogue, reconciliation, justice, and solidarity on a daily basis. So this one, it put the aim, the goals in our hands, and we, the person, the people can do it. And this one has been signed by more than 100 million signatures, and the United Nations adopt this manifesto. 23 years have passed, and now the world is not a better place. It seems like we decided, we promised, but we forgot to do it. The main thing is we have to do it. So what do we need to do? It is very simple here. Manifesto 2000 for a Culture of Peace and Nonviolence. Recognizing my share of responsibility for the future of humanity, especially for today's children and those of future generation, I pledge in my daily life, in my family, my work, my community, my country, and my region, to first, respect the life and dignity of every person without discrimination or prejudice. Practice active nonviolence, rejecting violence in all of its forms, physical, sexual, psychological, economical, and social, in particular towards the most deprived and vulnerable, such as children and adolescents. Share my time and material resources in a spirit of generosity to put an end to exclusions, injustice, and political and economic oppressions. Defend freedom of expressions and cultural diversity, giving preference always to dialogue and listening rather than fanaticism, defamations, and rejection of others. Promote consumers' behavior that is responsible and development and practice that respect all forms of life and preserve the balance of nature on the planet. The last one, contribute to the development of my community with the full participation of women and respect for democratic principles in order to create together new form of solidarity. So these guidelines have been put out and accepted and promoted by 100 million people in the world and by many governments in the world. Almost all countries cited. So we already have the means, the guidelines to do it. Now, how to do it is up to us. So the lectures of the previous speaker have shown that. That's how we do. We bring to school, we bring to all the organization, to business, to our family, to organizations. And this one is what we do in our daily life. And it's very much aligned with the Buddha teaching from the 5 precepts. So I would like to conclude this presentation that what we need to do are already laid out by the Buddha teachings. And the 5 mindfulness training or the 5 precepts are already enough for us to bring peace and happiness to the world. The key thing is just do it. So thank you for listening to my sharing. And I would like to stop my sharing now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, the most venerable. Thank you very much for your great presentation and talk, most venerable. Thank you very much for reminding us, about wisdom, about peace, and about non-violence. Thank you so much. Then we will go to our third speaker. Our third speaker will be Venerable Assistant Professor Si San Yin from Hua Fan University, Taiwan. Okay, ma'am, please, time is yours.
Morning. Hello, can you hear me? Yes, thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me here. I actually feel quite honored and privileged to be here to share some of my ideas. And these are very humble ideas. So if you have got any comments for me, I'll welcome them. I will now start on my presentation. The topic today I'm sharing is the principles, propagation, and pragmatics of Buddhist education. And briefly on my background, I was brought up in Australia. I grew up in Sydney and I went to university there. I got my master's there and I got my master's, the second master's in Taiwan. And I continued on to my PhD, Hua Fan University. And I'm now teaching in the Buddhist arts department at Hua Fan University. So the next slide will show my outline for the talk. If you can go to the next slide. Yeah. Okay. The talk, the first part is introduction, is on the learning approach that we take in Buddhism. And the next 3 parts are the principles of Buddhist education. And then second part is the propagation of Buddhism. And the last, the first one, it adds a theoretical dimension to our normal secular teaching. And the second part, it surpasses the disentanglements of our worldly affairs. The third part is that it gives us a very lofty ideal for our liberation of suffering. Okay, next page, please. So next page. Thank you. So in Buddhism, we actually learn, basically I summarize it in 3 parts. The first part is that we take the sutra, the study of the doctrines, and we don't actually take it, I believe in it, but you actually have to actually prove it. And it actually gives us a scientific method that is reliable, rigorously tested and verified. So you don't say, oh, because somebody says it's that, and then come to the end, it is not that, okay? So you actually have to put it into your own life and then prove it to be true. Okay. So the second part, learning must be lived in your everyday life. If you do not live it, you just say, oh, it's a teaching from the Buddha, then it actually doesn't mean anything to us because it does not transform your life. The Buddhist teaching is for us to self-transform. So in order to transform yourself, you need to understand the Buddha's teaching. Okay. So the second part, you must live it. If you do not live it, you cannot actually digest the meaning of the Buddha's teaching. The third part, it must be experiential. Experiential means that because we come into contact with the world through our senses, our faculties. So if you do not see, you do not hear, you do not smell, then you don't have any contact with the world. You have no interaction with the world. So it's actually very hard to put the Buddha's teaching into our daily life. So my summary is that you need these three methods to go through the Buddha's teaching. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, now the next part is that in the second part of the propagation, I actually extract some of the teachings from three masters and I use them as our models for learning. The first one is Master Yi Jing, that's from the China Tang Dynasty. The second one is Master Aishin Generakita. The third one is Master Hiu Wan, and I'll go in detail one by one. Next slide, please. So hopefully this talk, if you do not take anything away with you, if you just have one idea, one concept from this talk, I think it's very worthwhile because I separated into three parts. The first part is that you have to have something for yourself, because in Buddhism, we talk about self-transformation first. And then after you transform yourself, you go to the second part, transforming others. So here I got Buddhist organization. It doesn't mean a formal organization. As long as you've got a group of 2, 3, 4, 5 people, or a classroom, or a group of friends, that's okay. Okay, because in Dhamma, in the Buddhist teaching, we have got 4 people. We got a group for study. Okay, for encouragement. Okay, so the third part, once you have mastered the first part yourself, the second part you have mastered your group, then the third part you go to everybody else. That includes our environment, that includes animals, that includes everything that we have got contact with. Okay, next part, please. Okay, now we are into our Buddhist learning in review. This one, next slide, please. This one, and then also the next part. There's the two together. There's another next one. Just press the slide. There should be another part. Yes, that's it. Okay, so here I got it's in white. The writing is quite small. The word Buddha, the root word of Buddha is Bud, which means to awaken or to be aware. So to be aware, in Buddhist teaching, the most basic part is you try meditation. So here we talk about mindfulness meditation. And then in the Chinese tradition, we have got the Chan meditation. So if you got in, say, Tibetan Buddhism, you've got the imaginative, or you have some imagery in your mind when you do contemplation. So here on the right, I've got that in Buddhism, you need the both parts together, the Buddhist doctrine and the Buddhist practice. So once you learn the teaching from the Buddhist doctrine, then you put into practice. That's through meditation. Okay, so all of that, the two parts are done together, and that is actually, I've got at the bottom there, immersion and experiential. You have to actually immerse yourself in the teaching. It has to become every part of your life. It's like the 3 meals a day. You do not think about eating breakfast, lunch, or dinner, but it becomes part of your life. So the Buddhist teaching, for it to be active, for it to be useful to you, it must become part of your life. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, here, just go through the whole thing. You got 5 circles there, go through the whole thing. Yep, and this is, and another one, there's a bottom part. Okay, here I've actually split it into 5 different bits, but they're all interrelated. Okay, I said, how do we actually promote the spirit of Buddha's teaching in our modern setting? The first bit is you have role models, our mentors. Who are your teachers? Who are your masters? And where do you get your source of information from on the Buddha's teaching? So here I extracted 3 masters, and then on the left and right of that, I've got Buddhist doctrine and Buddhist practice. And then on the left and right of that again, I've got transmission, and then on the right part there, I've got meditation, right? So actually they're all integrated, because without your master, without your teacher, where do you get your teaching from? It's actually quite hard for us to understand the teaching from the Buddha without a master to explain it to you what it actually means. Okay, after you understand the teaching, then you integrate the two. And then once you have learned it for yourself, to share, that's part of the Dana, right? To share your Dhamma with others once you've learned it. Okay, so that's basically the introduction of the 3 bits. Okay, the next slide is the principles, and the next slide is on the principles. I here provide a structure, a framework for us to work with. I'm not sure whether you have learned this when you learned your English, I don't know, the 5W and the 1H, right? Which is who, what, when, why, where, and how. So here for the who, I've got, okay, who is going to teach you, where, who's doing. So in the who part, I've got the student, the teacher, your friends, your good partners, stakeholders, shareholders, policymakers, anything. Also, anybody that is the human resource. We heard yesterday from our human resource management that you need the person, you need the 5 precepts, you need the actual teacher to do that. Okay, so that's the who part. The what part is what content do you actually want to learn, and what content can the teacher give you? That's in the what part. Okay, the next slide, I've got the when and where, and then why and how. The when and where I've actually split it into 2 parts. One is the formal teaching, the other one is the informal teaching. And then here is actually, I've got an interconnected open system where you actually get input from everybody, and then you actually interact. In that way, you actually learn more than you yourself learn alone. And the why and how, we have to build in ourselves the mission why we want to learn. It's not because my parents want me to learn, my teacher wants me to learn, everybody wants me to learn. But if you yourself do not have the mission, you do not have the bodhicitta, you do not actually have the aspiration to learn, then it will not last long. It will just dissipate in mid-air, right, in no time at all. So we, as a Buddhist learner, we have to actually cultivate this motivation. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, ultimate motivation. I said here in our education setting, I've got 2 bits. One is the secular perspective. The other one is the Buddhist perspective. So in the secular bit, we've got formal classes and we've got informal classes. We've got tutorials, one-to-one, one-to-many. All of these are different settings in the formal education, secular perspective. From the Buddhist perspective, we have got like Dharma assembly practice. That's the second bit, Guanzhao Bodhi awareness. How are we conscious? Where and how? So the problem with us is that because we do not see. Once you see, because you cannot see foresight before the event, if you do not have hindsight after the event, then it's very hard to solve the problem. So in order to get the foresight and the hindsight, we have what we call in Vipassana meditation, insight. So you have to go inside of yourself and do the practice. Once you get the practice, then you have insight. Then you can have the problem solved because you can see. Once you see, then you can understand the problem. Next slide, please. Okay, here I have another sort of structure. I've got 4 steps here in mindfulness. If you have done mindfulness yourself, you have got mindfulness of the body, mindfulness of your feelings, mindfulness of your mind, and mindfulness of your mental activities. Okay, in Chinese we call 身受心法. Okay, so if you do mindfulness, you are aware of how your thoughts arise. You're aware of your body sensations. You're aware of the whole procedure. So on the left side is the mindfulness practice. On the right side, I'll also provide the 4 categories for us to look. And then once you have managed the understanding of yourself, then you will be understand others. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, here I've got overactivity and dullness. That's the 2 problems that we have. And then if you press again, it should go to the next bit to overcome that. You press on the slide, it should go and cover that. Next slide, yep. And then one more. That's it. And one more. Okay. Here I've got on the right hand side there, the knowledge of the self. I've got the different bits of the self. I'm not sure they can see sideways. Knowledge of the self, knowledge of the invisible self, knowledge of the masked hidden self, the knowledge of the selfless self, and the knowledge of the ego self, and the knowledge of the big self. So I've got there the different types of selves. Because sometimes when you are in secular society, you have to put a mask on. For example, when you go to work, for example, when you come to study, for example, when you go outside, you have to put makeup on. Otherwise, it looks like you're naked or something like that. You cannot see anybody because you're naked. But in Buddhism, we are trying to peel. It's like the skins, the layers of the onion. Once you peel off, you see your true self. Once you see your true self, then you can see and get the wisdom and the compassion that you need in Buddhas in our learning. The teacher must be awakened. The teacher must know and be aware of how the student is feeling towards the teaching, the learning. The second part is the students themselves. They must be willing to learn. And once they get the material, they must be able to reflect on the material. Okay, the third part is I've got the two, 1 and 2 integrated together. The teachers have to point the students in the right direction. If the students do not get the right direction, they obviously go on the wrong track and they will not get where they want. Okay, so that's the 3 parts for the conditions for enlightened education. If you go to the next slide, please, because I think our teaching. Okay, Master Yi Jing, and then Master Aishin General Kita, and then Master Hill Wan. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide. Master Yi Jing, I'm not sure whether you're aware of him or not. He's one of the 4 great translators of the Chinese Sutra. That's from Indian Buddhism, and translated into Chinese. He's one of the 4 great translators. The next slide, please, would show the route that he took. Next slide. Yep, that's the sea route that he took, which is different to Xuanzang. Xuanzang takes the inland route, and Yi Jing takes the sea route. Okay, next one, next slide, next slide, next, all the way. Yep. Okay, this shows the time, okay, of how he does it. I won't go through much of it, just to let you know that the route that he took, on the way, he did a lot of propagation of the Dharma. Besides, a lot, everybody here knows about Master Aishin General Kita. And then next slide, I summarize the 3. Next slide. Next one. Okay, here I summarized a bit of the 3 principles that I got. The first one, that we have to accord with the policy of the nation that we're in. So that means wherever Buddhism goes, it has to go with the culture of the local community. Otherwise, it will not survive. Okay, that's the first bit there. The middle bit is that it needs to go and be transformed in some way so that the local community understands the message. Okay, and then the third part is that I've got, it needs to be integrated. Yep, I'll finish it soon. 2 more minutes. Yeah, okay. Yeah, 2 more minutes. Okay, next one. And then slide. Next slide. Master Hill Wan is the founder of Hoa Phan University. She set up Hoa Phan at the age of 79, Bikuni from Hong Kong. And she went to Taiwan in the 60s. And she set up a few organizations. To the next slide, please. One of her statements is, education is my life. It will be with me as long as I can breathe. So if we can bring this message into our lives. Okay, next. Okay, she, the actual principle of Hoa Phan University is enlightened education, aware, and then aware of others, and then the awareness will be perfected. Okay, 自觉. So now slowly we're trying to have some of these methods into our courses now, trying to be awakened to ourselves to the present state. Okay, next bit, next slide. Okay, this one is sort of a summary, if you like. Okay, implementing Buddhist education in an educational institution. I've got on the left there, the academic research, which is quite important. Without research, we cannot find new methods. The second bit, teacher training and evaluation. Here I've got, if you do not assess the teachers, they may not incorporate the value that you want, which is quite important. We see that in some education institutions that the values get diluted, diluted because the values are not very strong. And on the right part is the academic support and the administrative units. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, for the investment of enlightened education, that's the 4 bits in words. And then the next bit here, next bit, next slide. Okay. employees, students, academic staff. Because we are only humans, so we have emotions and then we have problems. So here I sort of suggest that we can have a university chaplain, and that's to resolve problems that we may come up with in our daily life, in our learning. And then in also Hua-Fan University, we have now transformed the new 6 arts. Okay, I won't go into much detail. If anybody here wants more information, we can talk later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Venerable Assistant Professor Si Sang Yin. Thank you so much for this great presentation, ma'am. Your talk has already enlightened our perspective, especially about wisdom, mindfulness, and also our mental activity and our mental health. Thank you so much. I'm sure that all participants, both in online and offline mode, are learning and inspired so much. So for the next part of the session, I will invite one question from the participant to ask about the material, to ask related to the material that has already given by our speakers. Is there anyone who asks a question? Is there anyone who asks a question? No, no question from the participant, or maybe from online mode? In online mode? No one? Okay, nice. Okay, please, sir.
Okay, thank you. I just want to know, after listening to the explanation about what Venerable Singing explained, so I just want to know about, do you find any Taiwanese Buddhism relate with the humanistic Buddhism with the Buddhayana spirit movement in these studies? Only that. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. I think what I understand from the Buddhayana movement is that we're trying to have Buddhism in our local community, to have engaged Buddhism in our daily life. So I think the spirit has to be integrated into our formal education. And then I think that has to be integrated into our courses. That's why I in the slide, I've got the 2 parts, one's the formal and then one's the informal. Because at Hua-Fan, we actually spend quite a bit of time with our students, of course, like the normal courses we have conducted. And when we transformed our traditional 6 arts into the new 6 arts, during each process of the course, we actually try to induce into the students the mindfulness, that each of the steps we need to be mindful. But once they come out from the course, then they go into their secular activities again. So this bit needs to be informal, just not outside the setting, but within the setting, but outside of the course. It needs to be integrated. So I think this Buddhayana movement has to be all the way through, from classroom to outside the classroom to outside the university into the informal setting. So it needs to start from the family as well. The 2 has to be integrated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Burman Shah MPD, for the question. Dear ladies and gentlemen, this all for our panel session for this discussion today. And now I think it is our time to award the certificate to our speakers. Okay, for the online first. Okay, online. Okay, for the online first, the most vulnerable Chan Pap Kam from Asian Institute of Applied Buddhism, Hong Kong.
Yes, thank you for offering me this chance to participate. I'm very grateful, and I learned a lot from the conference.
Yes, this is the certificate as a symbol of our gratitude for your presentation and your talk that have already enlightened us in this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And then now it's time to provide the plaque for appreciation and photo session. And for the speakers, please stand up here. Ini mau tak sebutin namanya. This is for Venerable Assistant Professor Si Seng Ying from Huafan University, Taiwan. Thank you, ma'am. And this is for Professor Toto Winata, PhD from Bandung Institute of Technology, Indonesia. Thank you, sir.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is time for lunch, so enjoy the meals and thank you. And I would like to remind you that we have the third session, so please be on time on 1 o'clock and please be here again. Thank you so much. Well, I have the informations that for the invited guests, so be pleased at 5 floor to enjoy the lunch and thank you.
Recording stopped.
So untuk tamu undangan disilahkan untuk menuju ke lantai 5 untuk menikmati makan siang. Terima kasih. Yang untuk di ruangan ini disilahkan enjoy the lunch-nya di luar. Begitu. Oh ya,
yang berkualitas, memiliki jiwa berkesadaran tinggi, cerdas, terampil, dan peduli.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our presentation. I'm very happy to share with you about Bodhidharma Buddhist College, a place that combines academic knowledge with spiritual values. Bodhidharma Buddhist College, located in Deli Serdang Regency, North Sumatra Province, was founded in 2022, has a long history in spreading the teachings and values of Buddha Dharma. Starting from a determination to provide qualified education integrated with Buddha Dharma values, this campus has grown into an inspiring educational center. Our vision is to become a center of excellence for Buddhist learning that is innovative, adaptive, transformative, and sustainable. Our mission is as follows: providing comprehensive education and learning, carrying out research, and providing community service that is beneficial for the development of science, optimizing human research management in order to improve quality, providing facilities, infrastructure, and information technology systems to support Three Dharma activities for higher education, building professional governance to produce excellent service, creating networks and collaboration in institutional development, and the Three Dharma of higher education. We feel proud to have the latest facilities that support the students' learning experience. From the complete library to science and technology laboratories, every facility is designed to facilitate the effective learning. Bodhidharma Buddhist College offers a variety of academic programs, including the sciences, humanities, and arts. These programs are designed to enrich students' understanding about the world and to shape future leaders who hold fast to the values of Buddha Dharma. Life in this campus is not just limited to academic learning. We also provide a variety of extracurricular activities that support students' personal and social development. This campus is not only a place of learning, but also a place where true friendship and personal development occurs. Since its founding, Bodhidharma Buddhist College has achieved various achievements and recognition, both in the academic and non-academic field. This reflects our dedication to excellence and quality in everything we do. Currently, we are entering an exciting phase in our educational journey. That is the process of constructing a new building. Let's see how it develops. Bodhidharma Buddhist College always commit to provide the best education environment for our students. In an effort to continually improve our facilities and learning experience, we are embarking on this new building construction project. This project is not just a physical development, but also reflects our vision to create a space that supports holistic learning. The building is designed to provide modern facilities that facilitate students' intellectual and spiritual development. Currently, we are in the construction stage that has reached the 13th floor. Our construction team is working diligently to ensure that every detail is realized according to the plan. This process is closely monitored to ensure the building's quality and safety. We sincerely hope that this new building will become a place of inspiration and growth. Enthusiasm for the whole academic community is very high, and we are confident that this project will pave the way for even greater achievements in the future.
Namo Sanghyang Adi Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya. Hi, I am Neti. I was the one of Bodhidharma College students. I was graduate in 2018. Today, I would like to share a testimonial about our college. Well, the reason why I have a subject here because of I want to improve my knowledge about the Buddhist and also improve my spiritual. Talking about our lectures here, they are very friendly because they always have time to support us in our study. So for those who want to having more knowledge about the Buddhist and develop in the spiritual, Bodhidharma knowledge is the best choice.
Hello everyone, my name is Nisari Manosmita. I'm from the third semester of Buddhist education in Sekolah Tinggi Agama Buddha Bodhidharma Medan. Now, I want to share my experience about Sekolah Tinggi Agama Buddha Bodhidharma. As you know, I really like children. That's why I want to become a teacher. And I love my religion also, Buddhism. That's why I want to become a Buddhist religion teacher. I choose here because of the students and the lecturer. They really like home, really like the family. They always support each other. The lecturers also, they really have like high education that can expand our ability, our knowledge to become the better. Like giving the Dhammadesana outside of the town, public speaking, and the amazing one, visiting the Buddhist site, like Candi Borobudur. Is it amazing? I hope that Sekolah Tinggi Agama Buddha Bodhidharma Medan will always simmering splendid, like the wonderful teachers, wonderful lecturers, and
大家好，我们现在所站的位置是玄奘大学大众传播学系的数位虚拟摄影棚。这里的所有器材设备已经进行全数位化，同学们在这里上课实习，必须要操作灯光、摄影机，担任导播。这些课程是所有同学都必须参与的。因数位汇流以及5G 时代来临，同学们使用 YouTube、FB、Instagram 这些 social media 已经改变我们的生活。所以我们大传系的科目也必须跟着改变。在这个数位摄影棚，你再也看不到木头做的景片，而是用3D 建模将后面的场景做更换。所以同学在这里会学会表演、操作摄影机以及担任导播。这些课程将带来数位化的所有改变。大传系有2个课程模组，一个是影视制作，另外一个是行销传播。我们系上共有9位老师，也分别符合这2个主要的项目。在大传系的课程里面，有一个最重要的特色，就是理论与实务结合。所以有许多的课程，同学们必须亲自动手做。在实作的课程里面，我们在数位成音中心，同学们会学会影视的配乐。在实作的课程中，我们也会学到灯光的技巧，以及摄影机的操作跟使用。另外，当然最重要的还有收音的设备。在我们学校提供的设备呢，绝对够大家的使用跟需求。我们的设备也是非常专业，跟业界一样，已经达到4K 标准。同学们的表现如何呢？ 同学们在大传系的表现可以说是非常的精彩，都赢得国内外重要的影视比赛。大传系的设备、课程、器材以及同学们的表现都非常亮眼，老师们是不是也要努力追上呢？所以我自己花了半年的时间，也考到空拍的专业证照，希望能跟同学好好分享。另外，大传系的另外一个特色就是我们有海外的异地教学，我们曾经去过纽约、旧金山，这些所有的费用都由学校支出，任你来拿了。最后，同学们会问老师，那我们将来的出路在哪里？大传系毕业之后，其实出路非常广，因为你学会了数位行销以及影片的制作，许多的企业都需要这样的人才。大传系毕业的学生非常抢手哦，无论如何，就等你来。
公布历史与自由学习风气的学府。我们觉知教育的精神带领下，这里的学习氛围早已超越传统课堂的枷锁，取而代之的是生命的自我实践。此刻，我们正迈出充满信心的步伐，朝着心灵与幸福工程大学之路前进。华梵大学是个兼顾创新与传统的学习乐园。我们致力于科技与人文并重的涵养，课程设计上与社会脉动紧密联系，领先时代。学生在科技时尚的潮流中找到自我，包括元宇宙、VR、音响工坊、大数据、无人机、3D 陶瓷列印、智慧生活设计、3D 游戏建模、汽车设计等，都是最好的选择。同时，我们也注重人文艺术的传承与创新，开设唐卡绘制、多媒材创作、古迹修复、地方创生等课程，更打造全台唯一以生活艺术为基底、创新文化内涵、培养人文精神的酌情、陶艺、书、画、花艺、茶艺等古典文化再现的新六艺课程。在创新精致的书院型大学经营理念下，我们期待浸润式的课程设计，可以让师生们共同挥洒创意，深度探索古典与现代交融的韵味，并发挥生命影响生命的无限力量。华梵大学是全国第一所全面或科系壁垒，采用模组化开课与全校跨领域学习的大学。我们重视学习自主，让学生拥有最大的学分选择自由，打破学科的束缚。同时成立30多个学习工坊，发掘学生个人的多元潜能。全校设置4个学院，设计与创意学院开设有智慧生活设计学系与研究所，摄影与 VR 设计学系与研究所。人文与艺术学院开设有东方人文思想研究所、美术与文创学系与研究所。智慧生活科技学院开设有智慧生活科技学系与研究所。佛教学院开设有佛教艺术学系与研究所。学习面向涵盖摄影与 VR 设计、智慧生活科技、智慧生活设计、美术文创与佛教艺术等。此外，我们也意识到教育本质需要重新理解，因此自2022年起启动了自主学习计划，并成立辅导教师团，让有志于自主学习的学生能够更深入发展自身的特质与能力。我们也强调实战经验的累积， 学生不仅能参与多元社团活动，还能参与校外教学，甚至出国交换、游学、海外实习、修读双联学位，提升国际视野。我们相信多元兴趣的培养和本土关怀的实践，能够塑造学生成为全面发展的世界公民。为了让学生能够专心上学，我们也设立了多项奖助学金制度及学生个人学习空间。只要认真学习，就能获得等同学杂费全免的鼓励。我们相信每一个有心的学子都值得拥有一个优质的学习环境。华梵大学不仅追求科技的前沿，更将传统与创新融合，让你在学习的道路上体验到科技携手人文，最传统又最现代的独特环境。在这里，你将体验到充满活力、创新和挑战的学习旅程，并获得心灵的深度宁静与喜悦。准备好展开你的华梵之旅了吗？我们迫不及待地期待着你的到来。
Lampung is a province on the tip of the island of Sumatra with a variety of cultures, tourism, and education. Education is the main focus of human resource development in order to create a quality successor of the nation. The province, which has the motto Sai Bumi Ruwajurai, is a representation of tolerance and harmony. This is the Jinarakita Buddhist College Lampung. Inspired by the pioneer of the revival of Buddhism archipelago, the most venerable Bhikshu Asin Jinarakita. Establishing a higher education institution is an actual manifestation of the spiritual leaders' initiative to develop a Buddhist higher education school in the city of Tapis Berseri. Sturdy stands as a pioneer in the development of Buddhism in Lampung province, providing services to the Buddhist society, contributing to the nation's education life, supporting national development, and working for the benefit of the global world. Jinarakita Buddhist College has transformed itself by expanding its reach to organize various scientific disciplines and academic fields through the study programs offered, including Buddhist Education Department, Buddhist Communication Science Department, Buddhist Business and Management Department, Currently, there are approximately 200 students. The amount is significant enough to provide empowerment of human resources itself. To continuously improve the standard and quality of education, Jinarakita Buddhist College has provided 25 permanent lecturers and 5 non-permanent lecturers recognized as possessing specific qualification as a professional teaching team in the discipline. To achieve its goal, Jinarakita Buddhist College has become the first Buddhist higher education institution to develop management with mindfulness practice to increase productivity and performance. Ranking as the first best Buddhist higher education college in Indonesia 2022 and become ranked as the second best Buddhist higher education college in Indonesia based on Webometric version 2023. Fully equipped with library centers and ICT facilities in order to enhance its role as a Buddhist higher education institution, pioneer of ICT oriented towards innovation. Libraries that have digitized collection with more than 1,000 titles include complete books, research articles, teaching materials, and other digital sources. In order to realize safety and convenience for students, Jinarahita Buddhist College is equipped with supporting facilities such as comfortable dormitories, health clinic services, elementary transportation on campus, academic facility, computer lab, language lab, Dhamma lab, micro-teaching lab, photography studio lab, and videography studio lab, as well as other facilities that still being improved. Various achievements has been inscribed by the students of Jinarakita Buddhist College in Buddhism national events, including the first winner on development creative student in the field of creation work on the Mahaniti Loka Dhamma event 2018, won the third place on Buddhist short film competition event Padma Cup 2019, won the second place on development creative student in the field of creation work on the meeting scientific papers at the national level in 2019, as well as other various achievements. Jinarakita Buddhist College also fosters collaboration with local and international institutions involving all leaders. Jinarakita Buddhist College has contributed to creating hundreds of massive graduates engaged in various fields of work, including the strategic government sector, education, large multinational industries. Jinarakita Buddhist College, the pride of Lampung Province, the city of Sangbumi Ruwajurai, working for the sake of the nation, rooted in culture of the archipelago.
Sekolah Tinggi Agama Buddha Negeri Singja Tangerang, Banten telah menetapkan visi menjadi perguruan tinggi Buddha terkemuka ciri Nusantara dengan slogan Buddhistik, unggul, dan berkarakter. Kami melakukan kerjasama bidang akademik dengan perguruan tinggi baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. Kami terus berinovasi untuk selalu mengupdate sesuai dengan perkembangan dan kebutuhan masyarakat modern.
Pendidikan merupakan elemen yang sangat penting bagi setiap manusia yang tumbuh dan berkembang. Karena dengan berpendidikan tidak hanya sekedar mengatasi keterbelakangannya, tapi juga memajukan dan mengembangkan potensi yang dia miliki. Sekolah Tinggi Agama Buddha Negeri Sriwijaya Tangerang Banten yang merupakan perguruan tinggi salah satunya negeri di Indonesia di bawah Kementerian Agama, merupakan perguruan tinggi yang memberikan kesempatan bagi semua anak negeri untuk mengembangkan potensinya. Dengan 5 program studi yang telah terakreditasi Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi dan 3 prodi yang telah mendapatkan nilai kelayakan dari ACES urutan PT, merupakan 5 kesempatan yang tidak boleh disia-siakan oleh setiap anak negeri. Oleh karena itu, mari bergabung dengan masyarakat akademik di Sekolah Tinggi Agama Buddha Negeri Sriwijaya Tangerang Banten.
Tahun 2021 kami memiliki 5 program studi yang terakreditasi. Pendidikan keagamaan Buddha, pendidikan psikologi, konseling Buddha, kepenyuluhan Buddha, ilmu komunikasi Buddha, bisnis dan manajemen Buddha. Kami menyelenggarakan kurikulum yang terintegrasi dengan literasi informasi dan literasi digital. Kami mempersiapkan lulusan yang handal, unggul, berdaya saing yang selaras terhadap perkembangan masyarakat modern.
Lulusan Sekolah Tinggi Agama Buddha Negeri Sriwijaya Tangerang Banten dipersiapkan untuk mampu bersaing menghadapi tantangan di masa depan. Pengembangan kompetensi atau soft skill mahasiswa menjadi bagian penting dalam proses pendidikan di perguruan tinggi. Oleh karena itu, Sekolah Tinggi Agama Buddha Negeri Sriwijaya Tangerang Banten mendukung dan memfasilitasi pengembangan soft skill dan kompetensi mahasiswa melalui organisasi di kampus seperti Badan Eksekutif Mahasiswa, Badan Perwakilan Mahasiswa, dan unit kegiatan mahasiswa, serta dengan menyelenggarakan kegiatan-kegiatan pengembangan kompetensi mahasiswa. Lulusan kami saat ini diantaranya ada yang menduduki jabatan-jabatan strategis di sektor swasta maupun pemerintah. Ini adalah bukti keseriusan kami dalam menyiapkan lulusan yang berkualitas, kompetitif, dan unggul.
Sekolah Tinggi Agama Buddha Negeri Sriwijaya Tangerang, Banten telah menetapkan visi menjadi perguruan tinggi Buddha terkemuka ciri Nusantara dengan slogan Buddhistik, unggul, dan berkarakter. Kami melakukan kerjasama bidang akademik dengan perguruan tinggi baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. Kami terus berinovasi untuk selalu mengupdate sesuai dengan perkembangan dan kebutuhan masyarakat modern.
Pendidikan merupakan elemen yang sangat penting bagi setiap manusia yang tumbuh dan berkembang. Karena dengan berpendidikan tidak hanya sekedar mengatasi keterbelakangannya, tapi juga memajukan dan mengembangkan potensi yang dia miliki. Sekolah Tinggi Agama Buddha Negeri Sriwijaya Tangerang Banten yang merupakan perguruan tinggi salah satunya negeri di Indonesia di bawah Kementerian Agama, merupakan perguruan tinggi yang memberikan kesempatan bagi semua anak negeri untuk mengembangkan potensinya. Dengan 5 program studi yang telah terakreditasi Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi dan 3 prodi yang telah mendapatkan nilai kelayakan dari akses urutan PT, merupakan 5 kesempatan yang tidak boleh disia-siakan oleh setiap anak negeri. Oleh karena itu, mari bergabung dengan masyarakat akademik di Sekolah Tinggi Agama Buddha Negeri Sriwijaya Tangerang, Banten.
Tahun 2021, kami memiliki 5 program studi yang terakreditasi. Pendidikan keagamaan Buddha, pendidikan psikologi, konseling Buddha, kepenyuluhan Buddha, ilmu komunikasi Buddha, bisnis dan manajemen Buddha. Kami menyelenggarakan kurikulum yang terintegrasi dengan literasi informasi dan literasi digital. Kami mempersiapkan lulusan yang handal, unggul, berdaya saing yang selaras terhadap perkembangan masyarakat modern.
Lulusan Sekolah Tinggi Agama Buddha Negeri Sriwijaya Tangerang, Banten dipersiapkan untuk mampu bersaing menghadapi tantangan di masa depan. Pengembangan kompetensi atau soft skill mahasiswa menjadi bagian penting dalam proses pendidikan di perguruan tinggi. Oleh karena itu, Sekolah Tinggi Agama Buddha Negeri Sriwijaya Tangerang, Banten mendukung dan memfasilitasi pengembangan soft skill dan kompetensi mahasiswa melalui organisasi di kampus seperti Badan Eksekutif Mahasiswa, Badan Perwakilan Mahasiswa, dan unit kegiatan mahasiswa, serta dengan menyelenggarakan kegiatan-kegiatan pengembangan kompetensi mahasiswa. Lulusan kami saat ini diantaranya ada yang menduduki jabatan-jabatan strategis di sektor swasta maupun pemerintah. Ini adalah bukti keseriusan kami dalam menyiapkan lulusan yang berkualitas, kompetitif, dan unggul.
dari kota diurutkan di Indonesia, kota yang menjunjung tinggi nilai budaya dan toleransi. Selamat datang di Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Agama Buddha atau STIAB Semaratungga Boyolali. Lahir pada tahun 1986 sebagai Akademi Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan atau AKIP Semaratungga Boyolali, menjadi lembaga pendidikan tinggi tenaga kependidikan agama, bertugas untuk menyiapkan tenaga-tenaga pembangunan di bidang pendidikan. Seiring dengan perkembangan kebutuhan pendidikan maju zaman yang kian melesat, STIAB Semaratungga Boyolali menjaga marwah itu dengan meneguhkan diri sebagai pusat keunggulan pendidikan agama Buddha yang berkesadaran tinggi, cerdas, terampil, dan peduli. Strata 1 dan Strata 2. Sebagai salah satu perguruan tinggi keagamaan Buddha tertua di Indonesia, STIAB Semaratungga Boyolali telah membuktikan kualitas selama 35 tahun berkiprah di dunia pendidikan dengan status akreditasi A untuk program studi pendidikan keagamaan Buddha, baik untuk jenjang strata 1 maupun strata 2. STIAB Semaratungga Boyolali senantiasa meningkatkan kualitas penyelenggaraan pendidikan, memupuk tradisi ilmiah dalam penelitian, menggelorakan semangat pengabdian kepada masyarakat, berjejaring, berkolaborasi dengan pemangku kepentingan, serta mewujudkan pelayanan yang prima, transparan, dan akuntabel. Pendidikan tak hanya menjadi intisari keberadaan, tetapi juga menjadi nafas perjuangan. STIAB Semaratungga Boyolali menjadi salah satu kampus penyelenggara program pendidikan keagamaan Buddha yang menghasilkan tenaga pendidik profesional. STIAB Semaratungga Boyolali terus menyelenggarakan berbagai program pemberdayaan sebagai stimulus untuk mengembangkan sumber daya dosen dan mahasiswa, dan pengembangan riset menjadi solusi atas permasalahan yang ada pada masyarakat. STIAB Semaratungga Boyolali, rumah para cendekia Buddhis. Ekosistem yang mendukung dalam mencetak sumber daya manusia berkualitas, kompetitif, dan berwawasan global yang menjunjung nilai-nilai inklusivisme, pluralisme, dan universalisme, serta ketuhanan yang Maha Esa. Disinilah awal dari sebuah cita-cita luhur lahir, mencetak cendekiawan Buddhis terdidik melalui jalur pendidikan formal secara berkelanjutan demi kelestarian Dhamma, ajaran Buddha di bumi pertiwi.
Mencapai visi misi perguruan tinggi, Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Agama Buddha Semaratungga, serta tuntutan dari dunia usaha di lingkungan masyarakat Buddha dan Yayasan Pendidikan Buddha di Indonesia, maka Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Agama Buddha Semaratungga Boyolali membuka program studi baru untuk memenuhi kebutuhan tenaga profesional Buddhis yang berkualitas, memiliki jiwa berkesadaran tinggi, cerdas, terampil, dan peduli.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our program presentation. I'm very happy to share with you about Bodhidharma Buddhist College, a place that combines academic knowledge with spiritual values. Bodhidharma Buddhist College, located in Deli Serdang Regency, North Sumatra Province, was founded in 2022, has a long history in spreading the teachings and values of Buddha Dharma. Starting from a determination to provide qualified education integrated with Buddha Dharma values, this campus has grown into an inspiring educational center. Our vision is to become a center of excellence for Buddhist learning that is innovative, adaptive, and beneficial for the development of science, optimizing human research management in order to improve quality, providing facilities, infrastructure, and information technology systems to support three Dharma activities for higher education, building professional governance to produce excellent service, creating networks and collaboration in institutional development, and the three Dharma of higher education. We feel proud to have the latest facilities that support the students' learning experience, from the complete library to science and technology laboratories. Every facility is designed to facilitate the effective learning. Bodhidharma Buddhist College offers a variety of academic programs, including the sciences, humanities, and arts. These programs are designed to enrich students' understanding about the world and to shape future leaders who hold fast to the values of Buddha Dharma. Life in this campus is not just limited to academic learning. We also provide a variety of extracurricular activities that support students' personal and social development. This campus is not only a place of learning, but also a place where true friendship and personal development occurs. Since its founding, Bodhidharma Buddhist College has achieved various achievements and recognition, both in the academic and non-academic field. This reflects our dedication to excellence and quality in everything we do. Currently, we are entering an exciting phase in our educational journey. That is the process of constructing a new building. Let's see how it develops. Bodhidharma Buddhist College always commit to provide the best education environment for our students. In an effort to continually improve our facilities and learning experience, we are embarking on this new building construction project. This project is not a space that supports holistic learning. The building is designed to provide modern facilities that facilitate students' intellectual and spiritual development. Currently, we are 13th floor. Our construction team is working diligently to ensure that every detail is realized according to the plan. This process is closely monitored to ensure the building's quality and safety. We sincerely hope that this new building will become a place of inspiration and growth. Enthusiasm for the whole academic community is very high, and we are confident that this project will pave the way for even greater achievements in the future.
Namo Sanghyang Adi Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya. Hi, I am Neti. I was the one of Bodhidharma College students. I was graduate in 2018. Today, I would like to share a testimonial about our college. Well, the reason why I have a subject here because of I want to improve my knowledge about the Buddhist and also improve my spiritual. Talking about our lectures here, they are very friendly because they always have time to support us in our study. So for those who want to having more knowledge about the Buddhist and develop in the spiritual, Bodhidharma knowledge is the best choice. Hello everyone, my name is Nisari Manasmita. I'm from the third semester of Buddhist Education in Sekolah Tinggi Agama Buddha Bodhidharma Medan. Now, I want to share my experience about Sekolah Tinggi Agama Buddha Bodhidharma. As you know, I really like children. That's why I want to become a teacher. And I love my religion also, Buddhism. That's why I want to become a Buddhist religion teacher. I choose here because of the students and the lecturer. They really like home, really like the family. They always support each other. The lecturers also, they really have like high education that can expand our ability, our knowledge to become the better. Like giving the Dhamma Desana outside of the town, public speaking, and the amazing one, visiting the Buddhist site, like Candi Borobudur. Is it amazing?
I hope that Sekolah Tinggi Agama Buddha Bodhidharma Medan will always shining, simmering splendid, like the wonderful teachers, wonderful lecturers, and the amazing students. Satihotu, bye-bye. We feel proud to present this brief profile of the Bodhidharma Buddhist College. We believe that through education and spiritual development, we can produce future leaders who do not only excel academically, but also possess moral integrity and wisdom.
大家好，我们现在所站的位置是玄奘大学大众传播学系的数位虚拟摄影棚。这里的所有器材设备已经进行全数位化，同学们在这里上课实习，必须要操作灯光、摄影机，担任导播。这些课程是所有同学都必须参与的。因数位汇流以及5G 时代的来临，同学们使用 YouTube、FB、Instagram 这些 social media 已经改变我们的生活。所以我们大传系的科目也必须跟着改变。在这个数位摄影棚，你再也看不到木头做的景片，而是用3D 建模将后面的场景做更换。所以同学在这里会学会表演、操作摄影机以及担任导播。这些课程将带来数位化的所有改变。大传系有2个课程模组，一个是影视制作，另外一个是行销传播。我们系上共有9位老师，也分别符合这2个主要的项目。在大传系的课程里面，有一个最重要的特色，就是理论与实务结合，所以有许多的课程，同学们必须亲自动手做。在实作的课程里面，我们在数位成音中心，同学们会学会影视的配乐。在实作的课程中，我们也会学到灯光的技巧，以及摄影机的操作跟使用。另外，当然最重要的还有收音的设备。在我们学校提供的设备呢，绝对够大家的使用跟需求。我们的设备也是非常专业，跟业界一样，已经达到4K 标准。同学们的表现如何呢？同学们在大传系的表现可以说是非常的精彩，都赢得国内外重要的影视比赛。大传系的设备、课程、器材以及同学们的表现都非常亮眼，老师们是不是也要努力追上呢？所以我自己花了半年的时间，也考到空拍的专业证照，希望能跟同学好好分享。另外，大传系的另外一个特色就是我们有海外的异地教学。我们曾经去过纽约、旧金山，这些所有的费用都由学校支出，就等你来拿了。最后，同学们会问老师：“那我们将来的出路在哪里？”大传系毕业之后，其实出路非常广，因为你学会了数位行销以及影片的制作，许多的企业都需要这样的人才。大传系毕业的学生非常抢手哦，无论如何，就等你来。
欢迎来到华范大学，这是一所拥有丰富历史与自由学习风气的学府。我们创立于1990年，在创办人小林导师敬教合一与觉知教育的精神带领下，这里的学习氛围早已超越传统课堂的枷锁，取而代之的是生命的自我实践。此刻，我们正迈出充满信心的步伐，朝着心灵与幸福工程大学的路前进。华范大学是个兼顾创新与传统的学习乐园。我们致力于科技与人文并重的涵养，课程设计上与社会脉动紧密联系，领先时代。学生在科技时尚。 计划。
Merupakan elemen yang sangat penting bagi setiap manusia yang dan berkembang. Karena dengan berpendidikan tidak hanya sekedar mengatasi keterbelakangannya, tapi juga memajukan dan mengembangkan potensi yang dia miliki. Sekolah Tinggi Agama Buddha Negeri Sriwijaya Tangerang Banten yang merupakan perguruan tinggi salah satunya negeri di Indonesia di bawah Kementerian Agama, merupakan perguruan tinggi yang memberikan kesempatan bagi semua anak negeri untuk mengembangkan potensinya. Dengan 5 program studi yang telah terakreditasi Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi dan 3 prodi yang telah mendapatkan nilai kelayakan dari asesmen PT, merupakan 5 kesempatan yang tidak boleh disia-siakan oleh setiap anak negeri. Oleh karena itu, mari bergabung dengan masyarakat akademik di Sekolah Tinggi Agama Buddha Negeri Sriwijaya Tangerang Banten. Dari pendidikan kami memiliki studi yang terakreditasi, pendidikan keagamaan Buddha, pendidikan psikologi, konseling Buddha, kepenyuluhan Buddha, ilmu komunikasi Buddha, bimbing dan manajemen Buddha. Kami menyelenggarakan kurikulum yang terintegrasi dengan literasi informasi dan literasi Buddha. Kami persiapkan lulusan yang handal, unggul, berdaya saing yang selaras terhadap perkembangan masyarakat. Lulusan Sekolah Tinggi Agama Buddha Negeri Sriwijaya Tangerang Banten dipersiapkan untuk mampu bersaing menghadapi tantangan di masa depan. Pengembangan kompetensi atau soft skill mahasiswa menjadi bagian penting dalam proses pendidikan di perguruan tinggi. Oleh karena itu, Sekolah Tinggi Agama Buddha Negeri Sriwijaya Tangerang Banten mendukung dan memfasilitasi pengembangan soft skill dan kompetensi mahasiswa melalui organisasi di kampus seperti Badan Eksekutif Mahasiswa, Badan Perwakilan Mahasiswa, dan unit kegiatan mahasiswa, serta dengan menyelenggarakan kegiatan-kegiatan pengembangan kompetensi mahasiswa. Urusan kami saat ini diantaranya ada yang menduduki jabatan-jabatan strategis di sektor swasta maupun pemerintah. Ini adalah bukti keseriusan kami dalam menyiapkan lulusan yang berkualitas, kompetitif, dan unggul.
Dari kota kecil yang diunggulkan di Indonesia, kota yang menjunjung tinggi nilai budaya dan toleransi. Selamat datang di Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Agama Buddha atau STIAB Semaratungga Boyolali. Lahir pada tahun 1986 sebagai Akademi Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan atau AKIP Semaratungga Boyolali, menjadi lembaga pendidikan tinggi tenaga kependidikan agama bertugas untuk menyiapkan tenaga-tenaga pembangunan di bidang pendidikan. Seiring dengan perkembangan kebutuhan pendidikan dan laju zaman yang kian melesat, STIAB Semaratungga Boyolali menjaga marwah itu dengan meneguhkan diri sebagai pusat keunggulan pendidikan agama Buddha yang berkesadaran tinggi, cerdas, terampil, dan peduli. STIAB Semaratungga Boyolali kini mengelola program studi pendidikan keagamaan Buddha jenjang strata 1 dan strata 2 sebagai salah satu perguruan tinggi keagamaan Buddha tertua di Indonesia. STIAB Semaratungga Boyolali telah membuktikan kualitas selama 35 tahun berkiprah di dunia pendidikan dengan status akreditasi A untuk program studi pendidikan keagamaan Buddha, baik untuk jenjang strata 1 maupun strata 2. STIAB Semaratungga Boyolali senantiasa meningkatkan kualitas penyelenggaraan pendidikan, memupuk tradisi ilmiah dalam penelitian, menggelorakan semangat pengabdian kepada masyarakat, berjejaring, berkolaborasi dengan pemangku kepentingan, serta mewujudkan pelayanan yang prima, transparan, dan akuntabel. Pendidikan tak hanya menjadi intisari keberadaan, tetapi juga menjadi nafas perjuangan. STIAB Semaratungga Boyolali menjadi salah satu kampus penyelenggara program pendidikan keagamaan Buddha yang menghasilkan tenaga pendidik profesional. STIAB Semaratungga Boyolali terus menyelenggarakan berbagai program pemberdayaan sebagai daya dosen dan mahasiswa dan pengembangan riset menjadi solusi atas permasalahan yang ada pada masyarakat. STIAB Semaratungga Boyolali, rumah para cendekia Buddhis, ekosistem yang mendukung dalam mencetak sumber daya manusia berkualitas, kompetitif, dan berwawasan global yang menjunjung nilai-nilai inklusivisme, pluralisme, dan universalisme, serta ketuhanan yang Maha Esa. Disinilah awal dari sebuah cita-cita luhur lahir, mencetak cendekiawan Buddhis terdidik melalui jalur pendidikan formal secara berkelanjutan demi kelestarian Dhamma, ajaran Buddha di bumi pertiwi.
Mencapai visi misi perguruan tinggi, Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Agama Buddha Semaratungga, serta tuntutan dari dunia usaha di lingkungan masyarakat Buddha dan Yayasan Pendidikan Buddha di Indonesia, maka Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Agama Buddha Semaratungga Boyolali membuka program studi baru untuk memenuhi kebutuhan tenaga profesional Buddhis yang berkualitas, memiliki jiwa berkesadaran tinggi, cerdas, terampil, dan peduli.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our formal presentation. I'm very happy to share with you about Bodhidharma Buddhist College, a place that combines academic knowledge with spiritual values. Bodhidharma Buddhist College, located in Deli Serdang Regency, North Sumatra Province, was founded in 2022, has a long history in spreading the teachings and values of Buddha Dharma. Starting from a determination to provide qualified education integrated with Buddha Dharma values, this campus has grown into an inspiring educational center. Our vision is to become a center of excellence for Buddhist learning that is innovative, adaptive, transformative, and sustainable. Our mission is as follows: providing comprehensive education and learning, carrying out research, and providing community service that is beneficial for the development of science, optimizing human research management in order to improve quality, providing facilities, infrastructure, and information technology systems to support three Dharma activities for higher education, building professional governance to produce excellent service, creating networks and collaboration in institutional development, and the three Dharma of higher education. We feel proud to have the latest facilities that support the students' learning experience, from the complete library to science and technology laboratory.
Well, good afternoon, audiences. Are you ready? Are you ready to hearing the third session of this panel sessions? Are you ready? So please have a seat as we will begin the third session. Well, once again, a very good afternoon, the audiences and the respected guests. Now we are going to have the third sessions. So these sessions will be led by Mrs. Galuh Dwi Ajeng, PhD from STKIP PGRI Bandar Lampung. To Mrs. Galuh, time is yours.
Selamat siang Bapak Ibu. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. I hope that you are in a good condition to continue our session, because we still have two sessions. This is the third session, and then later we will have the fourth session. Okay. Here in this session, it is an honor for me to be a moderator of this session, and we have a very wonderful speakers. The first speaker is Mr. Andrew Portley-Smith. He is coming from former manager of ICRC's Global Affairs Unit in Asia. And for the second speaker is Most Van Troy Pautang. He is coming from Plum Village, France. And this section will be taken by online mode. How are you, Mr. Andrew, Mr. Troy Pautang? How are you? Am I audible?
Thank you. Yes, you're audible. Thank you.
Yes, I'm also
Nice to meet
well.
you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So it is very wonderful to have you all, both of you, to join this first international conference and symposium. Both of you will have 20 minutes each to present, to deliver your speech. And for the first turn, Mr. Andrew, please, time is yours. Mr. Andrew, you may share your screen.
Thank you. Can you see my screen? Are you able to see my screen?
Sir.
Yes, can you see the screen? Okay, thank you. Well, very nice to be here, and thanks very much for the invitation. Basically, I'm from the International Committee of the Red Cross, and I'm just going to talk about how we've tried to apply Buddhism to the regulation of armed conflict. We have a mandate to assist and protect victims of conflict around the world, also in the Buddhist world, and we are charged with promoting international humanitarian law, otherwise known as the law of armed conflict. And over the past few years, we've been working with Buddhist scholars and experts to explore this area. And I'm going to just talk a little bit about that and some of the results. So firstly, just a very brief introduction to international humanitarian law. It's the law of armed conflict. You might have heard of the Geneva Conventions and these other treaties. These are part of it. It's basically a set of rules which seeks to limit the effects of armed conflict. So it doesn't. International humanitarian law has nothing to say about whether a conflict is correct or not, whether it's just or not. It only concerns the behavior of people during conflict, in order to try and prevent some of the war crimes and violations that we see today. It strikes a balance between humanity and military necessity, and includes, some important principles which have some resonance also with Buddhist principles. So some key IHL principles are distinction, precautions, distinction between combatants and non-combatants. So this is very important, not to target civilians, only to target those who are fighting. Precautions. So when you're attacking a target, you have to make as many precautions as possible to make sure that those who are civilians and civilian infrastructure are not harmed, or as harmed as little as possible. And then another important principle is the proportionality and use of force. So that means that you shouldn't use too much force, which results in too many casualties to achieve a military objective. So you don't use a nuclear bomb to attack a village. That sort of thing. IHL is of course, it's a modern body of secular law, but its principles have developed from religious traditions. You see in many other religions, Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam, similar rules to regulate behavior of combatants during armed. Well, it applies at all times, during peacetime and wartime. International humanitarian law only applies at times of war, and therefore there's a little bit of a difference there that I'm not going to be able to go into in too much detail. But basically, IHL does allow, does allow fighting. It does allow combatants to kill, as long as they follow the rules, and they're not hopefully targeting civilians. So obviously, regulating armed conflict is a very difficult task, and as we've seen today in Ukraine and in obviously in Gaza and places like that. Firstly, international law and international humanitarian law depend on consensus between states who have signed treaties. There's no international policeman who can enforce this law. Yeah, so that's obviously one problem. So in the international sphere is a sphere of anarchy, really, where it's very difficult to control the behavior of states, and often in high stress conflict situations, we have what we call the fog of war. It's very difficult to distinguish between combatants and non-combatants. It's very often a very confusing environment, high stress environment, and it's therefore difficult sometimes to follow the rules even if you want to. Sometimes states feel that they can't obey the law because it's not in their interest. They want to They want to use, the amount of force that they want in order to achieve their objectives. So, it's a very, very difficult environment in which to try to enforce the law. And this is why, obviously, increasingly we have to look. I mean, law is very important, and IHL is a highly developed body of law, compared to other parts of international law. But in order to promote voluntary compliance, in the absence of a policeman to sort of monitor this at the international level, we obviously need to find partners. We need to engage with not just parties to conflict, but those who are around them. And in order to do this, we found that engaging with religious circles is very effective. So, as I've described, we civilians continue to suffer due to armed conflict. IHL, the number of challenges involved with promoting it. Sometimes it's not always that well known compared to people's religious principles or cultural values. So we try to encourage debate in the ICRC on correspondences and differences between IHL and different religious traditions in order to improve understanding of IHL, but also to learn from different religious traditions what they have to say about this problem, because these religions have been around a lot longer than international humanitarian law, and they have a lot to teach us, and often can help us to find a new perspective on the regulation of armed conflict. So in terms, we've been looking at Buddhism and IHL. Obviously, there are challenges related to the conduct of armed conflict also in the Buddhist world. We've seen this, in Sri Lanka, in Myanmar, in other contexts, in Japan and elsewhere. Like other religions, Buddhism can also be a force multiplier, to raise morale and motivate combatants to defend the nation, to defend Dharma, etc. And so we wanted to ask, how can Buddhism actually help to minimize suffering during armed conflict? Often Buddhism is used for conflict resolution. IHL, international humanitarian law, accepts the reality of war and tries to regulate it. Buddhism is certainly less permissive than international humanitarian law in this regard. It has a much more uneasy relationship with war, with conflict, but still has a lot to say. So we launched, we've launched a couple of international conferences now and many other events. The first was in Sri Lanka in 2019. Then we had a follow-up conference in Chiang Mai last year, brought together Buddhist clerics, scholars, IHL experts, humanitarian experts, military personnel from around the world. The results of this work have been published in a book, Buddhism, which you can see there. And it's also available online on our website, which I'll show you later, and as a open access special edition of Contemporary Buddhism. And more articles are being produced on this all the time. It's an ongoing project. And the project really has highlighted how Buddhist concepts, principles, and mindfulness technologies really can complement and enrich international humanitarian law to reduce suffering during conflict. So, some of the questions we asked in this project were, what are the correspondences between Buddhist ethics and IHL? Which Buddhist things are most relevant to IHL in situations of armed conflict? And what level of acceptance can we expect for IHL from Buddhist communities? And what practical guidance and support can Buddhist teaching and practice provide to those who are actually involved in the fighting? So these were some of the questions we were asking. And some of the findings, obviously I have to go through this, very quickly. And if any of you want to know more about this project, you can read the material that we've got, and we can also provide more details in a later stage. But basically, Buddhism has developed a radical and hard-hitting analysis, not only of the causes of conflict at both the personal and the collective level, but also the dynamics at work within conflict. Elizabeth Harris wrote a very good article on that. So, in the light of human psychology, Buddhists accept that conflict is almost inevitable. The Pali Canon, the military, it's full of military metaphors, between, and comparing monks with soldiers, etc., etc. So, it's very much, even the language is influenced by military metaphors, warrior comparisons, and stuff like that. So Buddhism does not condone war. There's no developed just war theory in Buddhism, but it does acknowledge the reality of war and the suffering it causes. Of course, the Buddha himself lived at a time of conflict, and he advised rulers. He did not prescribe war. He did not prohibit war. He did not classify the military as wrong livelihood, although he did, for example, classify trade in weapons as wrong livelihood. He did not tell kings or rulers to disband their armies, to get rid of the armies, although he did rule, of course, that serving soldiers should not join the Sangha. Buddhism distinguishes between monastic ideals and the lower expectations for lay people. Yeah, so lots of Western people in the West, they understand that every Buddhist has to be a Buddhist, behave like a Buddhist monk. But if you go into talking to the experts and going into the scriptures, it's clear that everyone has to decide for themselves to what extent they can follow the teachings, to some degree. So in many ways, Buddhist ethics combines non-violent idealism with sober pragmatism. It's has a very practical approach to these problems and challenges. So, it's important, therefore, to avoid war if at all possible, but if unavoidable, to minimize the harm inflicted. And the law of karma means that it's in the interest of fighters, of belligerents, to minimize the harm they inflict on others in order to minimize the karmic consequences to themselves. And this is in line with, the IHL principles that I just described of distinction, proportionality, and precaution. So Peter Harvey wrote a very good article on that. So soldiers are individually responsible for their karma, just as they are individually responsible for following international humanitarian law. So that aspect of individual responsibility is very important. Furthermore, it's important to note, of course, that Buddhism is primarily an ethical or psychological rather than a rule-based normative system. We have the Vinaya, of course, and the monastic code, but it doesn't really apply so much to war. There are things that are relevant to it, but it's not directly relevant, perhaps, to the conduct of war. Buddhism has a repeated emphasis, of course, on restraint, and it's the state of mind of combatants, which is very important. So cetana, intention, is central to addressing the roots of combatant behavior, and this is prioritized over the development of explicit rules that you might find in Hinduism, for example, about the conduct of war. So the Buddha understood that belligerents will not necessarily follow the rules if their intention is wrong, especially in the absence of an effective enforcement regime. So another very interesting perspective that Buddhism can offer, which is very different in many ways from the sort of the Western perspective, and this is very refreshing, is its perspective on ethics as a skill, as something that can be trained. You have skillful kusala and unskillful akusala mental states and actions. So you have to combat greed and lust, anger, hatred, ignorance and delusion, which are the cause of armed conflict and the atrocities committing during armed conflict. So the Buddhism believes that of compassion, empathetic joy, etc. And this is what the Noble Eightfold Path is all about. So this is very interesting. This perspective is very interesting and very useful in terms of perhaps training military personnel. Of course, in terms of, obviously it's lay Buddhists that are doing the fighting, generally speaking. There have been some exceptions to that. But it's so the 5 precepts, of course, are very important. The second precept against stealing, it's aligns with IHL prohibitions against pillage, and confiscation of civilian property. The third precept against sexual misconduct, also of course highly relevant and aligns with IHL prohibitions on rape and other forms of sexual violence. Fourth precept against wrong speech or falsehood is relevant to IHL rules on perfidy, which I don't have time to go into now, but it's basically the abuse of IHL protections such as the Red Cross protective symbol. And of course, the fifth precept against the partaking of intoxicants also is very important, considering that intoxicants are used by many combatants, and can, affect their ability to follow the rules. The role of government is very important. We've looked a lot at the role of the righteous king, the Chakravarti ruler, who rules according to Dharma. So there's lots on Buddhist statecraft, which aligns with international humanitarian law. The duty to protect his people, to maintain law and order, issues of restraint and self-control in the exercise of power. And the Buddha advised the rulers of his day who were fighting each other. The Buddha was very much there, advising as our Buddhist monks today. And of course, Ashoka is really an exemplar of Buddhist kingship, and there's a lot to be found in his edicts, and that is highly relevant to the conduct of war, and of course remarkably restrained compared to other rulers and other cultures. Of course, ahead of their time. The use of force, obviously ahead of their time. The use of force, obviously, is very important. So, of course, we have the first precept on non-harming for all, monastics and lay people alike, the need to minimize collateral death or injury, balancing humanity and military necessity. So all of these things, good conduct. So behaving well on the battlefield means you don't only protect others, you protect yourself from the karmic consequences, whether during or after battle. Self-discipline and control is very important. So, the comparisons between monastic and military discipline, use of meditation to improve concentration, situational awareness of the battle space, to promote patience, non-anger and non-vengeance. So, this is very important, because it's difficult for the soldiers to obey the rules if they don't have a state of mind that enables them to do that. If they're too stressed, if they're too fearful, if they're unable to focus, then it's difficult to follow the rules, and Buddhism can help in this regard. Some militaries are doing this now. So the Buddhism's psychological insights are really important, and this, I think, is probably the main thing that Buddhism can bring to the table when we're talking about conduct of hostilities and adherence to international humanitarian law. And it has meditation techniques and other practices that can really help with this, and can help soldiers and also can help civilians affected by armed conflict. So it's very important for military ethics and training. There's a lot of scope there to improve military training, to integrate these techniques in terms, some militaries like the US military, the UK military, the Thai military, the Sri Lankan military, they do use meditation. They do use these techniques. Some of them, they have Buddhist chaplains as well. So this is very important to look into. And monks also play an important role in psychological support. So, have some Buddhist chaplains in some militaries, but where you don't, monks in Sri Lanka or elsewhere, they are providing psychological support to combatants and their families, including support for people who have post-traumatic stress, etc., etc. So there's a lot that monks can do and are doing in this respect. Merit making, of course, the merit making can be channeled into humanitarian action to help those who are, medical care for the wounded, support for the displaced and other victims of armed conflict, etc. So the Pali Canon, many people think that it doesn't really have anything to do with war, but It contains many accounts of armed conflict and examples of exemplary behavior during conflict, stuff about treatment of prisoners, protection of places of worship, prohibitions on attacking unarmed people, concepts of proportionality, prohibitions against torture, against sexual violence, etc. So it's all there in the Pali Canon. A lot of IHL rules can be found there, which is remarkable. And of course, the Jataka stories in particular, where contain many examples of good behavior on the battlefield and etc., where the Buddha is reincarnated as a warrior or a warrior king or a war horse or a war elephant, and they contain many examples of how combatants should behave in these very difficult situations.
I'm sorry for disturbing you, sir.
Yeah, I'm just finishing.
I just want to remind you that you only have 2 minutes left. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Basically, I mean, some schools of Buddhism, I mean, a lot of what I've been communicating is focused on the Theravada perspective, of course, but Mahayana Buddhism, where we have a lot of input from Mahayana and Vajrayana Buddhists as well. And in some cases, Mahayana Buddhism is a bit more accommodating to the use of force. So all schools of Buddhism have the same concern about reducing suffering, but there's different ways to do it. So some people, in some schools, the use of compassionate force, there's more sort of scope for that in some other schools, but with the same goal in mind. Yeah, I don't have time to go into that now, but it's a very interesting point. And the martial arts, of course, Buddhist-inspired martial arts, the restrained use of force, that's a very interesting thing to explore. But in practice at the moment, I mean, I think we've done this investigation, and I think, I do still think there's perhaps a lack of clear guidance, for practical guidance for combatants, simple practical guidance from a Buddhist perspective on what they can do in war. So we're working on that now to try to, provide more sort of practical advice for people who actually have to fight. We've started to do some sessions in some military training schools and stuff like that. So it's still early days in the project, and we're still working on this, but we want to sort of now really focus on practical ways to try to improve training and to get Buddhism more integrated into these training sessions, etc. If you want to get more information, we have our website called Religion and Humanitarian Principles. You can just Google that. And it has, many articles on Buddhism and, Hinduism, all these other things, which we can talk about some other time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your inspired talk. So you have told us about you're trying to connect Buddhism teaching to the modern society level, and you try to to explain to us what is actually international humanitarian, and you also tell us that Buddhism has inspired some aspect in social life. It is very inspired us. Thank you very much, sir. So we are going to go to the next speaker. Please welcome the Honorable Ban Trobong. Time is yours. 20 minutes. Thank you.
So dear friends, and thank you, Mr. Andrew. Wonderful presentation and talk. So I hope that everybody has a good day today. And I'm live from France. I'm originally from Indonesia, actually, but I live here for quite some times now. So today, thank you also for the invitation for me to be participated in this event. I hope that we can all sit together, look deeply, and to see what we can do to support what is happening in the modern society. So as we know that mindfulness is the topic that the Buddha has taught since the first Dharma talk that he gave during his enlightenment, after his enlightenment, to his first 5 fellows practitioners. And through the teachings of the Noble Eightfold Path, which is we have one
which is Samyak Smrti or Samasati. It's the right mindfulness that can help us to have the right view, that can overcome suffering, conflicts, and crises that the human may have, so that they can navigate their thought, their speech, and their action. So this is, for us, is very important as a door to come back to ourselves, as the Buddha has taught that mindfulness is also a way that we can help us to come back to ourselves and to understand
Recording in progress.
and to transform all sorrow that we have, which are very obvious and clear in the teachings of Satipatthana Sutra in Majjhima Nikaya number 10. So we can look at that sutra and learn together how can we apply it into our daily life. As we know that the Buddha's teachings is always related to the suffering, as Mr. Andrew has just shared. Then we know that the mindfulness, the applied Buddhism that we are presenting, it has to do with suffering and happiness. So mindfulness, first of all, is an energy that helps us to recognize what is happening in the present moment inside of us and around us. And this is the energy that we need to cultivate, because we are not born or inbuilt with this capacity. It is a potential in our consciousness that we need to train, exactly like swimming or like riding bicycle. We are all born with that potential, but we are not born with that capacity. So we need to train this to be able to do it. That is why mindfulness is a training, is a skill, as Mr. Andrew shared. So this is something very concrete and very pragmatic. And it has to do with understanding our suffering, and also to end the suffering. Because mindfulness is a path, is a way, is one of the way, is one of the path from the Noble Eightfold Path. And as we know, the Noble Eightfold Path is also the truth, which is the fourth truth, the path to end the suffering. So when we talk about mindfulness, it has to do with the Four Noble Truths. It has, first of all, we are aware of the suffering, and we are aware of the cause of the suffering. And actually, in the Four Noble Truths, each of us have agency, have free will to end the suffering, to know that we have a habit, and we have a habit of responding, and we have a habit of self-defensing, which is based on ignorance. So the mindfulness for us is a way for us to come back and to take care of what is happening in us, to understand and to have insight. So if mindfulness that is not related to suffering and to end the suffering, then we have to question that mindfulness. Mindfulness is also very much related to the right diligence, which is Samma Virya, because as we see, when we come back to ourselves, then we know what we need to cultivate and what we need to not cultivate. As we see that through our ignorance, we cultivate so many things that we don't need, such as violence, such as jealousy, pride, and etc. And we forget that we all do need love, we need compassion, we need equanimity, and we need joy, that we most of the time forget. We need peace, we need happiness. So right diligence is a very clear navigator for us to navigate our action so that we know what we need to cultivate. So we try to water all the beneficial potential in us to be reality, and to not water anything that is not beneficial. If something that is non-beneficial has arisen in us, then we know how to embrace it with mindfulness and to transform through understanding and through seeing deeply what is the ingredient of our non-beneficial action. Because the non-beneficial action is also like a cake, has ingredients. Once you take out the ingredients, and the cake has to fall apart. And if the beneficial action or the beneficial mind has been there, then we can maintain it as long as possible. Because all the beneficial action also applied to impermanence, non-self, and nirvana. And the right diligence is a base of ethics. The way, the spirit that we practice ethics is using this right diligence as the base. If there is anything that is non-beneficial, we have to stop doing it. And when we see there is a potential for the right action, we can do it. And this is very much aligned with the right diligence. So when we talk about right diligence, we also have to talk about ethics. Ethics is Shila, is mindfulness training. So in Plum Village, ethics is a training, is a way for us to question our action through the mind, through the speech, and through the bodily action. Because we do action every moment. We produce action every moment. And we need to have a way to measure that action, whether it is beneficial or non-beneficial. Those actions who are beneficial will bring happiness, and those non-beneficial action will cause suffering. So the ethic is not only to solve the problem, but also to have prevention, to not cause the suffering in the future. And when we talk about suffering, we also need to update our suffering to the modern society. In the Buddha's time, the Buddha teach suffering in a very different way. And now we are in a modern society, the 21st century. We also have to update our suffering so that our right diligence can continue to respond to what is happening right now and right here. The suffering in the time of the Buddha was presented as being born, as getting old, being sick, and die. And for nowadays, we can update in the modern time. We can include all the polycrises in a human life, such as the climate crisis, the racism, the religious discrimination, economy crisis, the system crisis, the gender inequity, the violence, the war, the mental health issue that we are facing right now as human beings. This is the nowadays suffering that we all need to make into our consciousness and to meditate on, to look deeply, and to see what is the element that cause this suffering. which is this is the recommendation from the second noble truth. We are able to stop and to look deeply, and this is the two wings of meditation, which is stopping and looking deeply. When we focus on something, we are concentrated on something, we can understand, we can discover so many things. And of course, nowadays we see all the crisis is everywhere, but at the same time, we know that the happiness, peace is still there. This is also what the Buddha have shared to many of the business people at that time. Buddha shared about what is the way to dwell happily in the present moment. And at that time, the Buddha present the 5 precepts, the 5 ethics. And in Plum Village, we also update the 5 mindfulness trainings. We call it mindfulness training instead of precepts, so that it is more accessible, it is doable and pragmatic. And this 5 mindfulness training has been presented and has been practiced worldwide right now. And this is also our proposal from Plum Village for the global ethics, that the ethics can go beyond dogma, go beyond fanaticism and dualism, so that we can help to bring peace and reconciliation and happiness. And I would like to read it for you to end my session. The 5 mindfulness trainings. The 5 mindfulness training represent the Buddhist vision for global spirituality and ethics. They are concrete expression of the Buddha's teachings on the 4 noble truths and the noble eightfold path, the path of right understanding and true love, leading to healing, transformation, and happiness for ourselves and for the world. To practice the 5 mindfulness training is to cultivate the insight of interbeing, of right view, which can remove all discrimination, intolerance, anger, fear, and despair. If we live according to the 5 mindfulness training, we are already on the path of Bodhisattva. Knowing that we are on the path, we are not lost in confusion about our life in the present and fear about the future. The first mindfulness training is reference for life. Aware of the suffering caused by the destruction of life, I am committed to cultivating the insight of interbeing and compassion and learning ways to protect the life of people, animals, plants, and minerals. I am determined not to kill, not to let others kill, and not to support any act of killing in the world. In my thinking and in my way of life, seeing that harmful action arise from anger, fear, greed, and intolerance, in which in turn come from dualistic and discriminative thinking, I will cultivate openness and non-discrimination and non-attachment to views in order to transform violence, fanaticism, and dogmatism in myself and in the world. The second mindfulness training, true happiness, aware of the suffering caused by the exploitation, social injustice, stealing, and oppression, I'm committed to practicing generosity in my thinking, speaking, and acting. I'm determined not to steal and not to possess anything that should belong to others, and I will share my time, energy, and material resources with those who are in need. I will practice looking deeply to see that happiness and suffering of others are not separate from my own happiness and suffering. That true happiness is not possible without understanding and compassion, and that running after wealth, fame, power, and sensual pleasure can bring much suffering and despair. I'm aware that happiness depends on my mental attitude and not external condition, and that I can live happily in the present moment simply by remembering that I have already more than enough condition to be happy. I'm committed to practicing right livelihood so that I can help reduce the suffering of living beings on Earth and stop contributing to climate change. True love, aware of the suffering caused by sexual misconduct, I'm committed to cultivating responsibility and learning ways to protect the safety and integrity of individual couples, families, and societies, knowing that sexual desire is not love and the sexual activity motivated by craving always harm myself and as well as others. I am determined not to engage in sexual relation without mutual consent, true love, and a deep long-term commitment. I resolve to find spiritual support for the integrity of my relationship from my family members, friends, and the Sangha with whom there is a support and trust. I will do everything in my power to protect children from sexual abuse and prevent couples, families from being broken by sexual misconduct. Since that body and mind are interrelated, I'm committed to learn appropriate ways to take care of my sexual energy and to cultivate the 4 basic elements of true love, which is loving kindness, compassion, joy, and inclusiveness, for the greater happiness of myself and others. Recognizing the diversity of human experience, I'm committed not to discriminate against any form of gender identity or sexual orientation. Practicing true love, we know that we will continue beautifully into the future.
Sorry,
Loving
sir.
speech and deep listening.
Sorry, sir. I just want to remind you that your time is only 1 minute left. 1 minute left.
Yes.
Only. Thank you.
Loving speech.
Yeah.
Yes. Loving speech and deep listening. Aware of the suffering caused by the unmindful speech and inability to listen to others, I'm committed to cultivating loving speech and compassionate listening in order to release suffering and to promote reconciliation and peace in myself and among others, ethnic and religious groups and nations. Knowing that words can create happiness and suffering, I'm committed to speaking truthfully, using words that inspire confidence, joy, and hope. When anger is manifesting in me, I determine not to speak and not to practice mindful breathing. I will practice mindful breathing and walking in order to recognize, to look deeply into my anger. I know that the roots of anger can be found in my wrong perceptions and lack of understanding of the suffering in myself and in another person. I will speak and listening in a way that I can help myself and other person to transform suffering and see the way out of difficult situation. I'm determined not to spread news that I do not know to be certain and not to utter words that can cause division and discord. I will practice right diligence to nourish my capacity for understanding and love, joy, inclusiveness, and gradually transform anger, violence, and fear that lie deep in my consciousness. And the 5th one is about the nourishing and healing, the way we consume and how we take care of our consumption that we consume through our body, through our senses, through our volition, our aspiration, and through our collective consciousness. So this is something that is very concrete that we want to propose to humanity so that we can apply the Buddhism in the modern society to address all the polycrisis and to be able to come back to ourselves, taking care of ourselves, our family, and our society. Thank you very much for the
thank you very much.
invitation and the time.
Give him a plus. Thank you very much. Yang Mulia Terobotang. Thank you very much. So, yes, he has taught us the way to bring our mindfulness practice in our life nowadays. Thank you very much for our both wonderful speakers. Now it's time for us to provide the certificate to our wonderful speakers in this section. For the first certificate will be, oh, sorry. I made a mistake. So it is time to question and answer. Yeah. So, wants to ask question? Yes, please.
Yes. Okay. First of all, let me begin with my self-introduction first. My name is Francisca, and I have a question for you, Master. Okay, as we know that mindfulness has so many biggest impacts in our life, especially to make us realize how important and meaningful this life is. By romanticizing every moment, either it's happiness that happen or the sufferings that we have to bear with it or to contemplate it sometimes. So how do we apply this method? By being mindful every time, and will it work to attempt for the long term? Thank you.
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat the question? How do we apply this method? You mean mindfulness?
How do we apply these methods? By being mindful every time. And will it work to attempt and to attempt for long term, in the long term or long period?
Okay. So this question is for Mr.
Master.
Okay. Okay. Please, this question is for Mr. Yang Mulia Troboitang.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Please, could you please answer it, sir? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. As I say, mindfulness is not a method, but mindfulness is a training, and mindfulness is a path that we can walk on. So this is not something that you do in order to gain something. This is something that you do in order you have capacity, you have a skill, you have the potential, competency, you have the capability to understand yourself and to understand what is happening. Because the suffering has something to do with the cause. So without knowing the cause, then we will not have the solution. It's like if there is a problem that has no solution, it's not a problem. So the mindfulness is to help us to stop worrying the past and worrying the future, because in our mind we have several layers. So there's one layer is to defend us from suffering, and the other one is to have a pattern, a habit to react. And sometime before we understand, we have already react and we have already defense. Something that is very simple, very day to day. You get bored and that boredom is coming up and your mind sense it. Before you are aware of you are boring, your hand is already taking out your smartphone to look at your social media to get away from your boredom. So mindfulness is not to against something. It's just to let you know that what are you doing, is that you need it, or you don't know that you do it. So it's about to know and to remember what is happening. Is it can last long? Of course, if you have the skill, then you have this capacity that can last long. Like riding bicycle, you will not forget how to ride bicycle. You will not forget how to swim after you know how to swim. This is my response. Thank you for the question.
Thank you for answering the questions. Do we still have time? One more? Is it okay? Oh, 3 minutes only. So one more question will be okay? No one? You look very sleepy. So tired, yeah, I know that. So, but we still have the fourth session, the last session. I hope that you still have spirit until the end of this session. Thank you very much. So, because there is no question anymore, so we will continue to our schedule. Provide the certificates to our wonderful speakers in this session. Yeah, this certificate will be provided to Mr. Andrew Bertrand Smith. Please give big applause to him. Thank you very much, Mr. Andrew. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you, Mr. And then for the second certificate will be given to Yang Mulia Trobautang. Thank you very much, sir. We are so happy to meet you here. Okay, thank you. So by providing this certificate, I think I will close this session, the third session. Thank you very much for listening us, and thank you very much for your spirit. Bye. See you. Bapak Ibu sekalian, monggo dipersilakan untuk coffee break sebentar sampai jam 14.20. So we are going to have coffee break for this time until 2:20. Thank you very much.
Telah menetapkan di situ menjadi perguruan tinggi dan
Pendidikan merupakan elemen yang sangat penting bagi setiap manusia yang hidup dan berkembang. Karena dengan berpendidikan tidak hanya sekedar mengatasi keterbelakangannya, tapi juga memajukan dan mengembangkan potensi yang dia miliki. Sekolah Tinggi Agama Buddha Negeri Sriwijaya Tangerang Banten yang merupakan perguruan tinggi salah satunya negeri di Indonesia di bawah Kementerian Agama merupakan perguruan tinggi yang memberikan kesempatan bagi semua anak negeri untuk mengembangkan potensinya dengan 5 program studi yang telah terakreditasi Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi dan 3 prodi yang telah mendapatkan nilai kelayakan dari asesmen PT merupakan 5 kesempatan yang tidak boleh disia-siakan oleh setiap anak negeri. Oleh karena itu, mari bergabung dengan masyarakat akademik di Sekolah Tinggi Agama Buddha Negeri.
Unggul berdaya saing yang selaras terhadap perkembangan masyarakat.
Lulusan Sekolah Tinggi Agama Buddha Negeri Sriwijaya Tangerang Banten dipersiapkan untuk mampu bersaing menghadapi tantangan di masa depan. Pengembangan kompetensi atau soft skill mahasiswa menjadi bagian penting dalam proses pendidikan di perguruan tinggi. Oleh karena itu, Sekolah Tinggi Agama Buddha Negeri Sriwijaya Tangerang Banten mendukung dan memfasilitasi pengembangan soft skill dan kompetensi mahasiswa melalui organisasi di kampus seperti Badan Eksekutif Mahasiswa, Badan Pelatihan Mahasiswa, dan unit kegiatan mahasiswa, serta dengan menyelenggarakan kegiatan-kegiatan pengembangan kompetensi mahasiswa. Urusan kami saat ini diantaranya ada yang menduduki jabatan-jabatan strategis di sektor swasta maupun pemerintah. Ini adalah bukti keseriusan kami dalam menyiapkan lulusan yang berkualitas, kompetitif, dan unggul.
Recording stopped.
Ya, Mas.
Dia mau pakai bahasa Indonesia aja tadi. Lagi ngobrol. Atau Pak lagi ini.
Yang mulia Biku Sangha, yang kami hormati para pembicara dan para peserta konferensi dan simposium internasional pertama, mari kita memposisikan diri untuk memasuki sesi keempat. Dan sesi yang keempat ini adalah sesi yang terakhir. Mudah-mudahan nanti apa yang disampaikan akan membawa perkembangan buat Buddha Dharma. Selanjutnya saya undang ke atas podium moderator Ibu Galuh Dwi Ajeng MPD PhD untuk memandu sesi keempat ini. Kami persilahkan.
Ya, akan menjawabkan orangnya langsung. Nanti setelah DNA ya, tadi aku ingatkan ibu. Keempat. Ini karena pembicaranya dari Indonesia, mau pakai bahasa Inggris atau bahasa Indonesia? Inggris. Oke. I will follow you, sir. Okay. So, good afternoon. I cannot hear your voice. Good afternoon. That's a good answer. I hope that, yeah, you're still in spirit, yeah, because this is the last session. I hope that you are, feel happy because after this. Yeah, I know your feeling, yeah. Okay, now in this wonderful session, we are having also two amazing speakers. Those are Bapak Tiradi. Ini bukti bahwa saya terlalu bersemangat. Oke, terima kasih untuk menyemangati saya di sini. Thank you very much. Ataukah saya harus mengganti kacamata saya ya? Oke. Oke, Bapak Taridi. Please welcome Bapak Taridi. I think that he is very famous among you ya. Please welcome. Semangat, Pak. Semangat. And then please welcome Bapak Lamirin. Oh, ternyata lebih keras ya tepuk tangannya. Oh, sama-sama orang Lampung. Okay. So both of them coming from STAB, coming from one STAB Bapak Taridi, coming from STIAB Dinarakita Lampung, and then Bapak Lamirin coming from STIAB Bodhidharma Medan. Ya. Wow. Ini kok jadi kayak pesta demokrasi ya, Pak ya? Oke, but it's okay because this is the last session ya untuk membakar semangat. Oke, Bapak Taridi dan Lamirin tanpa mengurangi rasa hormat, waktunya 20 menit.
Nanti akan dilanjutkan question and answer. Bapak Taridi, silahkan, time is yours.
Baik, terima kasih Bu Galuh. Selamat sore semuanya. Namo saya ngadi budaya, namo budaya. Yang saya muliakan, Sangga, yang luhur Samanera, Samaneri, yang saya muliakan, yang mulia Bante Suhunya Maitri, yang mulia Bante Dharmawimala, dan para Bante yang lainnya, para Romo, Ibu, dan saudara-saudara sekalian. Pada kesempatan yang berbahagia ini sungguh luar biasa sambutannya buat saya dan teman saya Pak Lamirin, sudah diteriakin sebelumnya. Pada kesempatan sore hari ini saya akan menyampaikan terkait Buddhayana dan pendidikan untuk menjawab tantangan etika global. Next slide. Para Romo, Bapak, Ibu, dan saudara sekalian, klik tolong. Seperti kita ketahui bahwa Indonesia ya yang terdiri dari beberapa suku, kemudian etnis, budaya, ras, ya, dan juga berbagai hal yang memang menjadi salah satu kekayaan bangsa kita yang multikultural dan juga berbagai macam agama yang terjadi, sehingga ini menjadi salah satu kekayaan bangsa kita untuk dijadikan sebagai kebanggaan terutama bagi kita untuk menjaga warisan-warisan ya bangsa kita, ya terutama terkait dengan nilai-nilai toleransi, moderasi beragama, dan juga kita memahami adanya penganut kepercayaan sehingga kita dapat melihat bagaimana Indonesia menjadi bangsa yang sangat multikultural dan berbagai terbentuk dari berbagai keragaman-keragaman. Next. Saya akan melihat beberapa hal terkait dengan agama Buddha di Indonesia. Ya, seperti yang kita ketahui ada mazhab Theravada, Mahayana, Tantarayana, Maitreya, Nichiren yang juga berkembang di Indonesia, bahkan di berbagai provinsi dan kota-kota besar. Terus kemudian secara perkumpulan rohaniwan atau perkumpulan sangga di Indonesia juga saat ini banyak sekali perkumpulan-perkumpulan sangga atau perkumpulan rohaniwan Buddha saya menyebutnya. Secara data statistik saya melihat ada sekitar 8 perkumpulan anggota sangga yang ada di Indonesia yang tercatat di Kementerian Agama. Terus kemudian turun lagi menjadi majelis ya. Saat ini majelis yang ada di pusat ya, ini juga termasuk dalam 48 ini, termasuk juga perkumpulan di anggota sangga. Ada 48 organisasi keagamaan Buddha. Ya. Turunannya itu ada 1.770 yang terbesar di seluruh provinsi, kota, kabupaten di seluruh Indonesia. Artinya para saudara sekalian, di Indonesia banyak sekali terjadi keberagaman ya yang kita lihat hanya di agama Buddha saja ya, agama Buddha saja. Ini banyak sekali keberagaman, baik itu dari mazhab, perkumpulan rohaniwan, terus kemudian majelis ya. Sehingga agama Buddha di Indonesia itu multi etnis, terjadi kulturasi budaya, terus kemudian praktek ritual yang bermacam-macam. Ya, ini juga menjadi salah satu kekayaan agama Buddha yang ada di Indonesia dan juga menjadi satu tantangan. Ya, tantangan bagaimana agama Buddha di Indonesia berkembang. Ya, saya melihat dari sisi perkembangan baik dari sisi majelis, organisasi maupun perkumpulan-perkumpulan yang ada di Indonesia. Ya. Nah, dari berbagai macam perkumpulan tadi, baik majelis, rohaniawan, nah agama Buddha di Indonesia salah satu yang terbesar perkumpulannya adalah terkait dengan perkumpulan sangganya, Sangga Agung Indonesia, baik majelisnya adalah Majelis Buddhayana Indonesia yang memiliki dasar atau nilai-nilai terkait dengan ajaran Buddha yang melihat dari esensi ajaran, ya. Dan ini adalah next, Mas Dita. Ya. Nilai-nilai utama yang terumuskan, ya, yang terumuskan di dalam keluarga Buddhayana Indonesia sehingga menjadikan Buddhayana ini menjadi salah satu sudut pandang atau nilai bagi perkembangan agama Buddha di Indonesia. Ya. Ada non-sektarian, inklusivisme, pluralisme, universalisme, dan dharma kaya. Ya, jadi ini merupakan satu energi untuk membendung berbagai macam keragaman untuk melihat ajaran Buddha secara esensi. Selanjutnya, ketika kita sudah melihat keberagaman yang terjadi, saya melihat dari kacamata yang utama dari kita belajar dari guru Buddha Gotama, ya, bagaimana Sang Buddha mengajarkan dharmanya kepada kisah Gotami, ya, yang tercerahkan dengan menggunakan segenggam biji lada, terus kemudian Angulimala, seorang yang sangat kasar dan jahat bisa tercerahkan, kemudian Culapantaka, ya, seorang yang memiliki pengetahuan yang dangkal namun bisa tercerahkan juga. Nah, artinya apa? Sang Buddha memberikan damanya atau memberikan pembelajarannya dengan diagnosis yang sangat tepat, dengan metode yang berbeda, sehingga memunculkan kebijaksanaan dari mereka-mereka yang diajarkan sampai memunculkan perenungan kebenaran dan menuju ke kebijaksanaan. Dan tentunya ini didasari dengan praktek moralitas atau sila secara penuh. Ya, jadi Buddha mengajarkan bagaimana dharma itu dipraktekkan secara tepat dengan diagnosis yang tepat. Turun setelah kita melihat dari bagaimana Buddha mengajarkan dhamma, selanjutnya bagaimana metode kontekstual ini yang secara tepat juga turun dari guru sang pelopor kita yang mulia Bante Asinjinara kita yang belajar kepada dua guru yang berbeda, ya, sehingga menginspirasi bagaimana agama Buddha di Indonesia dikembangkan dan tentunya menjadi inspirasi bagi kita semua bagaimana ajaran Buddha secara kontekstual dapat kita pelajari dari berbagai sumber, dari berbagai mazhab. Ini merupakan suatu energi yang sangat inspiratif bagaimana sang pelopor mengajarkan kita untuk tidak hanya sekedar melihat dari mazhab-mazhab saja, tapi lebih melihat ke esensi ajaran Buddha. Ya. Saya mengutip dari Yang Mulia Bante Darmawi malah izin Bante. Bagaimana dari inti ajaran Buddha, kemudian metode budaya dari skema belajar ini. Next, Mas. Next. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Ya. saya sangat terinspirasi dari Yang Mulia Bante Dharmawimala bagaimana melihat berbagai macam tradisi mazhab atau perkembangan agama Buddha yang ada di Indonesia, bagaimana melihat ajaran Buddha yang saat ini terbungkus dari berbagai macam budaya, kemudian praktek ritual, cara meditasi, kemudian agama Buddha yang berkulturasi juga dengan budaya, terus kemudian juga masuk dalam dunia pendidikan serta seni kebudayaan. Intinya adalah bagaimana kita tidak hanya sekedar melihat kulit luar saja ya budaya, tapi bagaimana melihat ajaran Buddha intinya itu dalam berbagai aspek. Seperti di dalam dunia pendidikan, kita ketahui bahwa setiap orang memiliki kecerdasan yang berbeda-beda. Secara teori ada 8 kecerdasan majemuk. Seseorang bisa saja memiliki kecerdasan matematika, namun dia tidak memiliki kecerdasan visual, mereka tidak memiliki kecerdasan kinestetik. Ya. Artinya apa? Ketika melihat berbagai macam individu-individu yang memiliki kemampuan yang berbeda-beda, tentu kita tidak hanya menjudge bahwa seseorang bodoh ketika dilihat dia tidak bisa matematika, tapi dia memang pintar dalam psikomotornya, kinestetiknya. Ya, jadi kita tidak bisa melihat dari satu sudut pandang saja. Nah, melihat inti ajaran, metode, dan budaya, tentunya dalam dunia pendidikan kita juga bisa mengimplementasikan bagaimana nilai-nilai Buddhayana terimplementasi dalam pendidikan, ya, dengan cara melihat dari berbagai sudut pandang sehingga kita tidak gampang untuk menilai seseorang ketika seseorang memang memiliki kelemahan-kelemahan tertentu. Kembali lagi setelah kita memahami dunia pendidikan seperti apa, tentu kita memang perlu belajar bagaimana di dalam dunia pendidikan kita dapat belajar bersama, ya. Tentunya tindakan nyata yang perlu dilakukan, ya, tindakan yang penuh dengan cinta kasih secara jasmani, ya, secara ucapan, mental, dan kedermawanan, serta menjaga kesusilaan, serta memiliki pandangan yang benar, ya, pandangan yang bijaksana untuk menumbuhkan bagaimana kita belajar agama Buddha, ya, namun juga bisa melihat individu yang memiliki perbedaan-perbedaan, ya. Belajar dari para murid Sang Buddha yang terkemuka, Yang Mulia Sariputra, Anuruddha, ketika belajar mereka berlatih di sebuah hutan, ya, yang terkenal di dalam Sutta Mahagosinga Sutta, Cula Gosinga Sutta. Beliau sangat menjaga sekali keharmonisan ketika berlatih, ya, saling mendukung tanpa banyak melakukan percakapan-percakapan yang tidak penting, namun mereka sangat harmonis. Nah, murid Sang Buddha ini benar-benar sangat harmonis sehingga ini menjadikan sebagai contoh yang nyata, ya, contoh yang nyata bagaimana pembelajaran dilakukan dengan penuh keharmonisan tanpa penghakiman dan tentunya belajar pada esensi ajaran Buddha, ya, tanpa melihat cover bagaimana Yang Arya Sariputra condong dari sisi kebijaksanaan dan pengetahuan, Yang Mulia Anuruddha memiliki pengetahuan terhadap mata dewanya yang sangat luar biasa. Mereka tidak mengunggulkan kemampuan masing-masing, namun dengan sisi keharmonisan mereka saling mendukung. Akhirnya ketika Yang Mulia Anuruddha berkomunikasi, berkonsultasi dengan Yang Mulia Sariputra dan melalui bimbingan Yang Arya Sariputra, Yang Mulia Anuruddha mencapai pencerahan. Ya. Artinya di dalam dunia pendidikan juga demikian. Bagaimana suatu komunitas dapat saling mendukung, melihat bagaimana individu-individu yang memiliki kelemahan dan kita membantunya, kita menginspirasinya, sehingga pengetahuan, perkembangan dapat terus-menerus dilakukan sehingga seseorang terus-menerus berkembang, baik itu pengetahuan, kebijaksanaan maupun welas asinya. Nah, ini setelah belajar dari guru Buddha, terus kemudian dari Yang Mulia Bante Asin Jinara kita, dan saya turun kembali ke Bante Dharma Wimala dan juga Suhu Nyana Maitri yang menginspirasi saya untuk terus-menerus belajar. Dalam dunia pendidikan saya juga belajar dari Yang Mulia Bante Nyana Bandu bagaimana mengimplementasikan nilai-nilai Buddhayana dalam dunia pendidikan. Ya, jadi kita melihat bagaimana nilai-nilai Buddhayana itu dapat mengakar baik itu dari sisi budaya, kemudian kebermanfaatan dan keberlanjutan untuk penghidupan, dari sisi keharmonisan komunitas, serta memunculkan bagaimana pendidikan itu menjawab dari sisi spiritual dan etika global untuk memberikan nutrisi maupun kebutuhan-kebutuhan bagi setiap individu. Ya, jadi para Romo Bapak Ibu sekalian, dalam dunia pendidikan kita memang belajar dari sisi pengetahuan, namun ada hal yang lebih penting lagi, yaitu spiritual dan etika. Ya, karena apa? Banyak sekali di dunia saat ini orang yang banyak pengetahuan, tapi secara spiritual maupun etika malah justru berkurang. Ya, banyak orang yang berpengetahuan tapi tidak beradab. Ya, kami mengembangkan nilai-nilai Buddhayana dalam pendidikan untuk menjawab hal itu. Ya, bagaimana dari sisi intelektual, pengetahuan, terus kemudian kecerdasan spiritual, kecerdasan emosional, dan serta nilai-nilai etika dapat dimunculkan bagi setiap akademisi, bagi setiap pendidik. Ya. Dan tentunya ketika dalam praktek di kehidupan masyarakat, mereka sudah bisa menerapkan bagaimana etika hidup sadar penuh dapat dilakukan di dunia, di masyarakat dalam berbagai bidang keilmuan. Dan ini menjawab tantangan global bagaimana Buddhayana direalisasikan dalam dunia pendidikan. Yang pertama adalah bagaimana semangat Buddhayana dan agama Buddha terapan, ya, terutama ketika kita berbicara mengenai etika, ya, sila sebagai praktek membangun etika. Jadi etika di dalam agama Buddha ya kita harus memperkuat dengan sila, ya. Terus kemudian diimplementasikan bagaimana mengembangkan welas asih tanpa kekerasan untuk menumbuhkan sifat empati, dan tentunya menjadi praktek di dalam masyarakat yang kontekstual, ya, kontekstual dalam artian bagaimana kita mengikuti mazhab maupun majelis ataupun kelompok-kelompok, ya tentunya melihat berbagai budaya, tradisi, sehingga pelaksanaan sila tidak terlalu kaku dan tentunya menjadi luas dalam kehidupan bermasyarakat. Nah, setelah mengembangkan kesempurnaan sila dan welas asih juga yang sempurna, artinya bagaimana nilai-nilai Buddhayana ini terserap, ya, terserap dalam praktek kehidupan sehari-hari yang juga melihat dari sisi budaya dan metode, dan akhirnya kesempurnaan sila dan welas asih yang sempurna ini mampu menjadi pencerahan, ya. Mas, next slide ya, yang terakhir. Terus, nah ini yang terakhir. Nah, Saya ada cerita sedikit mengenai pencerahan ini. Suatu ketika si Budi ditanya ditanya oleh si Meta, apa tujuan terakhirmu di kehidupan saat ini? Saya ingin mencapai surga. Terus kemudian si Budi bertanya kepada Meta, kalau kamu Meta, kamu tujuan terakhirnya apa? Nibbana. Lu kok beda antara surga dan nibbana? Terus kemudian si Budi tanya, nibbana itu di mana? Ada yang tahu nibbana itu di mana? Nibbana itu dari surga belok kanan, terus naik ke atas terus. Artinya nibbana adalah yang tertinggi. Demikian para Romo, Bapak Ibu, saudara-saudara sekalian yang dapat saya sampaikan. Semoga pengetahuan, welas asih dan kebijaksanaan dapat berkembang terus-menerus dan kita dapat melakukan proses pembelajaran terus-menerus sehingga mampu memunculkan kesempurnaan sila, welas asih dan kebijaksanaan dan akhirnya kita mencapai nibbana. Terima kasih, selamat sore, namo Sang Adi Buddhaya, namo Buddhaya.
Thank you very much, Bapak Taridi. He has told us how we can see the core of Buddhism teaching in every aspect of life, especially in education atmosphere. He has also told us how we applied Buddhism in growing our sensibility in diversity, in our sensibility, reacting diversity among us. Thank you very much, Pak Taridi. And now we go to the next speaker, the last speaker, Bapak Lamirin. Time is yours, please.
Terima kasih. Namo Sang Adi Buddhaya, namo Buddhaya. Yang terhormat, yang kami muliakan, Bhikkhu Sangha, suhu Haryam, sampai lupa lo namanya, saking groginya dari tadi, ya. Bante suhu Dharma Wimala dan suhu Nyana Maitri Mas Tawira, dan yang saya hormati para narasumber dan para tamu undangan dan mahasiswa-mahasiswi yang saya cintai. Pada puji syukur kesempatan hari ini mendapatkan kesempatan untuk memaparkan makalah artikel dengan tema Prinsip Buddha Dharma untuk Harmonis dalam Manajemen Keuangan Keluarga, wawasan dari Gerakan Spirit Buddhayana. Ini saking groginya. Berbicara mengenai spirit Buddhayana yang kita integrasikan nantinya ke manajemen keuangan agar menjadi landasan Buddha Dharma nantinya supaya keluarga menjadi harmonis. Nah, tentu berangkat dari gerakan spirit Buddhayana, itu gerakan kontekstual, gerakan yang dimana itu menyentuh akar rumput, supaya umat Buddha itu berkembang, dan memiliki motivasi untuk mencapai kebudayaan demi semua makhluk, Nah, tentunya berangkat dari sana, kita berangkat dari keluarga. Nah, berangkat dari keluarga, tentu ada yang dinamakan salah satu faktor penunjang keharmonisan itu adalah faktor ekonomi. Sama halnya dengan kampus juga, itu berkembang juga dengan faktor ekonomi. Betul enggak? Betul? Nah, tentu dengan keuangan ini menciptakan sebuah tekanan yang signifikan di antara anggota keluarga. Makanya kalau hidup kita ini banyak tekanan, berarti hidup kita banyak mahasiswa hidupnya nyaman. Mahasiswa itu hidupnya nyaman tanpa tekanan. Setuju? Setuju? Terus banyak tekanan. Oh, berarti banyak gaya kau ya. Nah, tentu di sini bahwa keseimbangan antara pendapatan, pengeluaran, tujuan masa depan sering menjadi titik konflik. Masalah keuangan itu seperti konsumtif, hidup hedon, pengeluaran yang tidak terkendali, seperti hutang yang berlebih, dan kurangnya perencanaan finansial yang bijak. Jadi makanya hidupnya penuh dengan tekanan. Dan kalau sudah tekanan jadi galau. Nah, jadi antara kenyataan dan harapan itu tidak match. Tidak sinkron. Jadi harapannya hidupnya tenang dengan gaji yang sekian. Tapi kenyataannya uang gaji semakin naik, ternyata pengeluarannya juga semakin meningkat. Nah, sehingga dapat mengganggu ketika ini mengganggu stabilitas keuangan dan mengakibatkan ketidakharmonisan sehingga merugikan semua anggota keluarga. Nah, di sini. Nah, tentu boleh tanya kepada para mahasiswa. Para mahasiswa boleh? Boleh? Oke. Siapa yang mau kaya angkat tangan? Siapa yang mau kaya angkat tangan? Yang tinggi dong. Nah, siapa yang mau kaya angkat tangan semuanya kalau gitulah. Oke. Berarti kalian belum kaya berarti ya? Belum kaya ya? Ya. Siapa yang sudah kaya angkat tangan? Siapa yang sudah kaya angkat tangan? Siapa yang sudah kaya angkat tangan? Nah, inilah. Kadangkala kita ini kurang bersyukur ya begini. Hah? Yang merasa cukup angkat tangan. Yang merasa cukup angkat tangan. Nah, oke. Kunci ekonomi Buddhis itu salah satunya adalah berkecukupan. Itu kuncinya. Itu saya kasih jawaban. Nah, yang disampaikan Romo Taridi tadi, yaitu pengennya hidup bahagia sejahtera, baik hidup ini maupun kehidupan yang akan datang. Nah, yang mempengaruhi salah satunya keharmonisan adalah faktor ekonomi. Nah, masalah keuangan tentunya. Nah, sehingga makanya suami istri itu juga harus perlu jujur dan terbuka mengelola ekonomi. Suami istri harus jujur. Nah, prinsip ini mencangkup kesadaran diri dan hati-hati, kebijaksanaan finansial, kesederhanaan, dan pengendalian nafsu keinginan. Dan nilai-nilai Buddha Dharma memberikan petunjuk bagaimana sebuah keluarga dapat memenuhi kebutuhan materi melalui cara-cara memperoleh penghasilan tanpa mengabaikan moralitas. Kekayaan yang telah diperoleh disimpan dan dijaga, diatur penggunanya, serta sikap mental seseorang dalam memandang kekayaan yang dimiliki. Nah, kata kuncinya adalah sikap mental seseorang dalam memandang kekayaan. Kemarin ada yang konsultasi untuk supaya dia itu pengen pendapatannya 10 juta per bulan. Nah, saat ini pendapatannya baru 5 juta. Ya sudah lumayan sebetulnya. Nah, saya tanya, walaupun dia udah kerja sana kemari, tapi tabungannya masih 5 juta saja. Nah, saya tanya, coba dimaknai, uang adalah kalau orang ekonom pasti alat tukar kan. Nah, kalau anak jenera kita, uang adalah segala-galanya, luar biasa. Yaitu kacau balau itu urusan. Ya, jadi kalau punya suami, suaminya jadi ATM. Mana? Mana? Iya. Ya. Jadi uang itu adalah salah satu alat untuk melakukan hal yang berguna. Jadi apapun tindakan kita nantinya memiliki tujuan supaya hidupnya lebih bermakna. Nah, jadi sikap mental kita tentang menerima tentang kekayaan. Makanya kalau ditanya, hidup adalah hati-hati jawab duka loh ya. Hidup adalah beban. Hidup adalah berkah. Ya, kelahiran manusia itu begitu berkah. Jadi kita maknai hidup itu sebagai berkah. Nah, ini sikap mental kita memaknai segala sesuatunya, termasuk kekayaan. Bagaimana kita memandang kekayaan. Nah, sebagai teman yang kemarin konsultasi, uang itu adalah ya. Uang adalah kejahatan, alat untuk kejahatan. Kira-kira orang itu bisa kaya enggak? Enggak. Makanya harus dimaknai, harus direkonstruksi ulang belief yang ada di dirinya mengenai keuangan ini. Ya, sehingga nantinya dia mendapatkan uang lebih itu bukan sesuatu yang menakutkan, tetapi sesuatu yang membahagiakan. Nah, tujuan penelitian ini yang jelas untuk menggali prinsip-prinsip Buddha Dharma yang relevan dan bermanfaat untuk mencapai keharmonisan dalam pengelolaan keuangan keluarga yang tidak merugikan diri sendiri maupun makhluk lain. Nah, ini sebagai landasan yang merupakan prinsip penting digunakan sebagai kriteria dasar perbuatan manusia. Ya ini, kalau tidak bisa membantu, minimal jangan merugikan orang lain. Itu dasar kriteria dasar perbuatan manusia. Dengan penekanan khusus pada wawasan yang diperoleh dari gerakan spirit Buddhayana. Dan selama ini gerakan ekonomi Buddhis itu masih berikut pada pemberian skill. Satu lagi adalah pemberian modal. Tanpa disertai dengan pemahaman tentang mengelola manajemen keuangan. Sehingga di sini nantinya ya banyak hal yang perlu diberikan nantinya. Nah, metode itu menggunakan studi pustaka. Oke. Kesadaran diri dan hati-hati itu di dalam Hang Utara terdapat 4 prinsip seorang untuk meraih kesuksesan. Salah satunya adalah penuh hati-hati menjaga yang diperoleh. Ya, kalau sudah didapat harus dijaga dengan hati-hati. Berhati-hati saat mengelola uang adalah penting. Nah, pertanyaannya, mengapa keuangan harus dikelola? Hah? Biar bisa irit. Oke, satu lagi. Biar awet. Biar irit, awet sama aja. Ada lagi. Biar tidak cepat habis. Keuangan, kenapa harus dikelola? Supaya cukup. Supaya cukup. Modal? Ngapain nikah butuh modal? Hah? Nikah nggak butuh modal. Hidupinya itu yang butuh, ngerti? Nggak banyak modalnya kalau nikah itu. Nah, seseorang menyadari pentingnya setiap rupiah yang dikeluarkan karena seseorang menyadari cara uang yang digunakan. Dalam prosesnya, keluarga tidak hanya menghindari pemborosan, tetapi juga membangun kebijaksanaan finansial. Bukan hanya, makanya setiap rupiah itu ditulis. Makanya ada yang sudah dikirimi orang tua 1 juta sebulan habis. Duitnya kemana, Dek? Nggak tahu. Uangnya kemana? Nggak tahu. Nah ini karena apa? Tidak dicatat. Ya, jadi ini penting sekali. Nah, yang kedua, kebijaksanaan finansial. Yang kedua, kebijaksanaan finansial. Yang pertama, menyusun anggaran dengan cermat. Prinsip ini mendorong keluarga untuk membuat anggaran yang rinci cermat. Anggaran ini mencakup semua sumber pendapatan. Semua sumber pendapatan. Pendapatan itu ada 3. Ya, active income, passive income, dan portofolio atau capital gain. Kalau active income itu kan ya gaji. Ya, kalau passive income itu bisa dari saham, bisa dari kebun karet, kebun sawit, ya. Kita tidur bisa dapat duit, itu passive income. Nah, kalau capital gain itu dari kenaikan harga aset. Ya. Dulu beli tanah di sini itu 1 juta per meter, sekarang bisa 10 juta per meter. Itu pendapatan. Nah, dengan pengeluaran itu ada 2, teman-teman. 1 pengeluaran produktif, 1 lagi pengeluaran konsumtif. Supaya hidup kita ini tidak banyak tekanan, makanya investasinya itu dari leher ke atas. Seperti hari ini, itu juga menggunakan anggaran yang cukup besar, makanya investasinya dari leher ke atas. Belajar. Ya. Itu pengeluaran yang produktif untuk kuliah, untuk S2, S1, S3, itu untuk pelatihan, itu untuk investasi leher ke atas. Itu yang produktif. Nah, pengeluaran yang konsumtif itu langsung hilang ya kebutuhan sehari-hari. Ya. Pasif ya, pengeluaran pasif spending atau pengeluaran yang kita tidur pun hilang. Bisa kuota internet setiap bulan berapa? Kuota internet berapa sebulan? 100. Ya, itu kita tidur pun itu hilang. Terus invisible spending. Kita beli handphone. Ya, kita beli handphone. Ini juga aset tapi harganya menurun. Itu pengeluaran. Nah, di dalam Diga Nikaya atau di Sigalowada Sutta, penghasilan yang seimbang dilakukan dengan membagi keuntungan menjadi 4 bagian. 1 bagian seyogyanya untuk biaya hidup, 2 bagian untuk investasi dalam usaha, dan bagian keempat disimpan jika ada dalam keadaan sulit di masa depan. Nah, dalam implementasinya itu 25%, 50%, dan 25%. Kalau gajinya 50 juta, mungkin masuk akal. Mungkin masuk akal ya. 25%, 50%, atau 25%, kayaknya masuk akal kalau pendapatannya 30 juta. Tapi kalau pendapatannya 3 juta per bulan UMR di Bandar Lampung, saya tadi cross check UMR di Bandar Lampung itu 2.990.000. Kalau di Medan itu sekitar 4.500.000-an. Ya, jadi beda. Nah, kalau ini menyesuaikan, Pak, kalau 25, 50, 25% itu kalau UMR bagaimana? Nah, ini sebetulnya kalau kita Buddha kan tidak menyebutkan persen-persenannya, itu dari asumsi kita. Ini disesuaikan dengan kebutuhan masing-masing. Nah, presentasi seperti ini menekankan pentingnya memiliki rasa aman dalam keuangan bagi seseorang. Ya, contoh investasi asuransi. Ya, asuransi itu bukan mendapatkan kekayaan, bukan, tetapi untuk perlindungan. Ya, kemarin saya juga ditawarin asuransi, Pak, Bapak kan sering keluar kota, nanti kalau Bapak kecelakaan bisa di-cover asuransi. Ngomongnya itu kok kecelakaan itu. Aduh. Ya. Jadi, nah ini yang jelas pembagian presentasi seperti ini supaya menciptakan rasa aman keuangan bagi seseorang. Bisa dibagi 50, 30, 20 juga bisa. 50 untuk biaya hidup, 30% untuk memenuhi keinginan, 20% investasi. Atau 20% untuk investasi, apa 80% investasi, 20% untuk biaya hidup. Itu numpang. hidupnya numpang orang tua. Ya hidupnya sama orang tua. Kalau 20% untuk hidup, 80% untuk investasi, itu ikut orang tua atau ikut orang. Nah, ini contohnya, contoh sederhana mengelola keuangan keluarga. Nah, tadi Mbak di belakang juga, saya mau nabung, kalau saya mau jalan-jalan ke Borobudur. Betul nggak Pak? Betul. Ya, betul. Ini contohnya ada gaji, ada hasil investasi, pendapatan. 5 menit lagi, siap. Nah, yang kedua, pengelolaan hutang yang bertanggung jawab. Nah, di dalam kata-kata, makanya saya mencari referensi tentang utang piutang. Ini saya menemukan satu referensi dalam pada kata-kata. Nasihat pernikahan kepada Waisaka. Waisaka tidak boleh memberi hutang kepada orang yang tidak sanggup melunasinya. Dan ia hanya boleh meminjamkan orang kepada seseorang yang mampu saja. Ya, rekan-rekan mahasiswa, kalau temennya nggak mau pinjami, jangan dibilang lead. Berarti kamu nggak mampu mengembalikan. Nah, ini yang ketiga adalah kesederhanaan. Ya, kesederhanaan. Di dalam Karana Metta Sutta, Sako ujuca suca suwaco casa mudu anita dimani santu sakoca subaroca apakicoca salahu kauti. Yang terakhir adalah ia yang harus lurus dan jujur, rendah hati, tidak sombong, merasa puas, mudah dilayani, tidak pelit, dan hidup sederhana. Nah ini jadi kesederhanaan adalah upaya mengatasi akar penyebab dari penderitaan manusia yang terkait erat dengan keinginan dan ketamakan. Jadi boleh secara penghasilan boleh, tetapi gaya hidup juga tetap sederhana. Ya, walaupun ini penjelasannya. Yang keempat adalah pengendalian nafsu keinginan, atau disebut dengan nafsu keinginan itu disebut dengan tanha, atau dengan kata lain itu rasa kurang. Gaji 3 juta kurang, gaji 5 juta kurang, gaji 10 juta kurang, 20 juta kurang. Kenapa? Gaji 5 juta kreditnya sepeda motor, gaji 10 juta kreditnya mobil, punya gaji 20 juta kreditnya rumah. Makanya gaji seberapa pun akhirnya kurang. Nah, perumpamaan Buddha menyatakan bahwa nafsu keinginan meskipun manis seperti madu membuat batin menyimpang dan kacau. Nah, jadi ketika hidup bersahaja lewat pengendalian diri, menikmati kepuasan seperti yang dialami oleh para dewa sehingga tidak sampai terbakar oleh nafsu. Jadi artinya memiliki rasa puas, berkecukupan, sehingga nantinya kita tidak terjerumus dalam nafsu keinginan. Ini penting sekali sebagai landasan kita hati yang berkecukupan. Nah, kata kuncinya dari pengelolaan ekonomi keluarga itu memang rasa berkecukupan adalah kekayaan yang paling berharga. Jadi ketika rasa cukup ini kita ada, maka nantinya yang lain juga akan tumbuh. Rasa berkelimpahan, karena apa? Kalau kita sudah cukup, nantinya orang membantu itu pun minta bantuan kita tidak merasa keberatan. Seperti halnya pada hari ini semuanya bersatu padu bersama volunteer. Nah, ketika kita memiliki rasa kecukupan, kita mau membantu itu tidak menggerutu di belakang. Karena rasanya cukup. Dan di sini menjadi peduli, berkelimpahan. Nah, ini yang butuh ditumbuh kembangkan. Happy dan lain sebagainya. Ya. Nah, saran sebagai ini sarannya, pendidikan literasi keuangan sejak usia dini atau ke SMB ini juga bisa nantinya mereview kurikulum untuk SMB, pelatihan kepemimpinan, pendidikan literasi keuangan untuk pasangan pranikah. Ini juga penting supaya nanti ketika sudah menikah dan menjalin hubungan keluarga sehingga tidak kaget tentang keuangan dan tidak menjadi perdebatan. Dan ini juga apa ya? Dan ini juga menjadi literasi keuangan menjadi salah satu diarahkan kepada perubahan program oleh Bimas Buddha. Ya, oke, thank you.
Maaf Pak, sekali lagi. Thank you very much for Pak Lamirin because you have teach us about prinsip Buddha Dharma untuk ya harmoni dalam keuangan keluarga. Ya, you have taught us that family economical problem influences the harmony of the family. That is why the spirit of economic Buddha Dharma is important to be applied in order to help a family in building their success of life. Is that true? Okay, thank you very much. Give them applause, please. Yang lebih keras. Thank you very much. Now it's time for question and answer. I will give only one. Who want to ask? Yes. The boy in the red. Sorry.
Selamat sore semuanya, Namo Sang Yang Adi Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya. Perkenalkan, nama saya Aldo Waisaja Yusdika dari Prodi Bisnis Manajemen semester 1. Saya ingin bertanya kepada Bapak Lamirin. Ya kan? Ya. Pertanyaan saya kan dari tadi Bapak sudah menjelaskan tentang keuntungan dan dampak positif manajemen keuangan dengan menerapkan prinsip Buddhayana. Nah, terus yang masih menjadi pertanyaan saya itu ada nggak kelemahan atau kekurangannya? Karena saya ingin melihat dari dua sisi seperti itu, Pak. Udah. Masih. Apa? Iya, ada kelemahannya nggak dengan menerapkan prinsip Buddhayana dalam manajemen keuangan tuh biar saya bisa melihat secara keseluruhan gitu, Pak. Ada keuntungan, kelemahan, dan ya gitu. Kelemahannya ada nggak?
Terima kasih.
Sama-sama.
Ini Trengku, ini saya juga akan sharing. Saya ini adalah mantan biku. Belajar 8 tahun. Samanera 3 tahun, biku 5 tahun. Jadi kurang lebih 8 tahun. Setelah lepas jubah, itu kayak apa ya? Kayak turbulensi gitu. Gitu. Ngerti ya? Kayak turbulensi gimana ya? Naik pesawat tiba-tiba langsung rasanya betul. Ini sharing ya, ini sharing. Dulu waktu jadi biku ada dana udah bangun wihara. Dana kasih kasih beasiswa ke anak dan lain sebagainya. Itu rasanya gampang. Ya, jadi tidak ada rasa kekurangan, ya. Rasanya mau berbagi saja. Tapi ketika saya putuskan untuk lepas jubah, dan ternyata ini jadi kendala luar biasa. Dan ini betul-betul saya manajemen, saya tulis apa kebutuhan saya mendesak. Ini belajar di sekolah nggak diajari, di sekolah nggak diajari, di kampus juga nggak diajari. Tapi saya belajar sendiri. Oh gila ini. Dulu mau beli apa, tek sudah. Ya, tapi karena belajar menghemat dan lain sebagainya, dibutuhkan kehati-hatian. Betul-betul dihati-hati supaya apa? Tidak terjebak hutang. Ya, dan saya juga orang nggak mau hutang. Nah, dari situ saya belajar, saya manajemen itu, pengeluaran, pemasukan. Nah, ada satu titik. Ternyata pengeluaran saya sebulan itu, kalau pemasukan udah jelas nih. Pengeluaran saya udah jelas, pemasukan saya jelas. Pengeluaran ini ya tidak jelas. Ya. Dan pengeluaran juga saya bedakan, produktif sama yang konsumtif. Dulu kalau jadi suhu, itu di wihara numpang wifi. Jadi nggak nampak itu kan pengeluaran pulsa. Ketika kos kontrak di Medan, itu sebulan bisa 500.000. Untuk Zoom, untuk apa dan lain sebagainya itu besar sekali. Ya, Dan itu betul-betul butuh kehati-hatian dan kita sadar. Ya. Nah, setelah lama-lama pelan-pelan itu ilmu manajemen juga digunakan, dan terakhir saya membuat satu usaha bersama teman-teman buat koperasi. Dan di sini menjadi keuntungan kita karena kita belajar dari sini, pengeluaran saya buat koperasi. Diawali dari 40 juta, sekarang kurang lebih 6 miliar asetnya. Itu keuntungan kita ketika manajemen itu dengan hati-hati, dengan kepedulian, dengan rasa berkecukupan, ya, dan melihat sesuatu ini berdasarkan fungsi, bukan berdasarkan gengsi, ya. Beli handphone itu berdasarkan fungsinya, bukan berdasarkan gengsinya. Beli laptop juga sama, berdasarkan fungsinya, bukan berdasarkan gengsinya bukan. Nah, dari sini perlahan-lahan, nah memang kelemahannya kita memang harus aware. Kita betul-betul dituntut untuk aware, betul-betul. Karena selip dikit aja, baik dari kebutuhan, baik dari pengeluaran, itu harus hati-hati. Makanya tetap belajar untuk kuliah, untuk apa dan lain sebagainya, itu betul-betul di manajemen. Nah, kelemahannya, ya saya belum melihat kelemahannya di sisi Buddha Dharma di dalam manajemen ini dengan landasan tadi direncanakan finansial. Makanya saya sama istri itu gaji berapa semuanya saya letakkan kasih istri. Tek. Gaji dari mana, pendapatan dari seminar saya kasih istri semua. Tek. Saya cuman kasih 500.000 sebulan. Ya, kadang 300.000 sebulan. Ya, untuk apa? Kalau ada kebutuhan di jalan, pengamen dan lain sebagainya itu dikasih. Tapi yang jelas di sini, ya, mengapa saya percayakan pendapatan saya untuk istri? Istri juga bekerja, pendapatan. Karena istri itu adalah wanita, itu adalah orang terbaik di dalam manajemen keuangan. 1 rupiah pun dicatat. 1 rupiah pun dicatat. Jadi setiap bulan dikasih turun. Ini Mas, pengeluaran kita sebulan. Saya cek. Oh ya sudah. Gitu. Nah, kita ada evaluasi setiap bulan. Ya, jadi tetap ada perencanaan, ada pelaksanaan, ada evaluasi setiap bulan dan berlandaskan tadi kejujuran dan sifat terbuka. Secara kelemahan, kelemahan memang kita harus pressure sendiri. Ya, karena tadi supaya cukup. Kalau pendapatannya 100 juta, 500 juta ya mungkin nggak perlu tapi tetap juga itu dikelola. Ya. Jadi mohon maaf ini curhat aja. Tapi yang jelas itu adalah salah satu bukti nyata mengelola manajemen keuangan. Yang jelas saya juga tidak punya cicilan. Ya, karena ya kita kelola sedemikian rupa. Ya bukan berarti ya dulu ada cicilan. Kalau sudah punya cukup, kita lunasi cicilan itu. Supaya dipercaya. Dan kalau pinjam lagi, kita lunasi lagi. Enggak cukup lama. Kalau sudah cukup, kita lunasi. Seperti itu. Ya, itu. Thank you dan mohon maaf kalau tidak bisa mengcover jawaban. Thank you.
Terima kasih, Pak. Jadi tadi intinya tidak ditemukan kelemahan ya, Pak, dalam Buddha Dharma, prinsip Buddha Dharma ya Pak, yang diaplikasikan dalam ekonomi keluarga, family economical. Okay, now is the time. Ya, untuk penyerahan plakat, monggo sebagai bentuk apresiasi, monggo Bapak dipersilahkan. Demikianlah sesi terakhir hari ini. Thank you for always be here with us. I love you all. Thank you very much. We do really sorry if we made a lot of mistake in holding this international conference. But I hope that there will be next seminar, international seminar, and we hope that we can meet again. Thank you very much and see you. Bye.
Well, attention please for the informations. We would like to close this event. So I would like to remind you all to like take a rest a little bit. Then at maybe at 4 we will closing this event. Saya mau mengingatkan kepada seluruh tamu undangan dan peserta semuanya untuk istirahat sejenak karena kita akan persiapan penutupan acara ini. Terima kasih. Lampung is a province on the tip of the island of Sumatra with a variety of cultures, tourism, and education. Education is the main focus of human resource development in order to create a quality successor of the nation. The province, which has the motto Sai Bumi Ruwajurai, is a representation of tolerance and harmony. This is the Jinara Kita Buddhist College Lampung. Inspired by the pioneer of the revival of Buddhism archipelago, the most venerable Bhikkhu Asin Jinara Kita. Establishing a higher education institution is an actual manifestation of the spiritual leaders' initiative to develop a Buddhist higher education school in the city of Tapis Berseri. Sturdy stands as a pioneer in the development of Buddhism in Lampung province, providing services to the Buddhist society, contributing to the nation's education life, supporting national development, and working for the benefit of the global world. Jinara Kita Buddhist College has transformed itself by expanding its reach to organize various scientific disciplines and academic fields through the study programs offered, including Buddhist Education Department, Buddhist Communication Science Department, Buddhist Business and Management Department, Currently, there are approximately 200 students. The amount is significant enough to provide empowerment of human resources is had. To continuously improve the standard and quality of education, Jinara Kita Buddhist College has provided 25 permanent lecturers and 5 non-permanent lecturers recognized as possessing specific qualification as a professional teaching team in the discipline. To achieve its goal, Jinara Kita Buddhist College has become the first Buddhist higher education institution to develop management with mindfulness practice to increase productivity and performance. Ranking as the first best Buddhist higher education college in Indonesia 2022 and become ranked as the second best Buddhist higher education college in Indonesia based on Webometric version 2023. Fully equipped with library centers and ICT facilities in order to enhance its role as a Buddhist higher education institution, pioneer of ICT oriented towards innovation. Libraries that have digitized collection with more than 1,000 titles include complete books, research articles, teaching materials, and other digital sources. In order to realize safety and convenience for students, Jinara Kita Buddhist College is equipped with supporting facilities such as comfortable dormitories, health clinic services, complimentary transportation on campus, academic facilities such as computer lab, language lab, Dhamma lab, micro-teaching lab, photography studio lab,
videography studio lab, as well as other facilities that still being improved. Various achievements has been inscribed by the students of Jinarakita Buddhist College in Buddhism national events, including the first winner on development creative student in the field of creation work on the Mahaniti Loka Dhamma event 2018, won the third place on Buddhist short film competition event Padma Cup 2019, won the second place on development creative student in the field of creation work on the meeting scientific papers at the national level in 2019, as well as other various achievements. Jinarakita Buddhist College also fosters collaboration with local and international institutions involving all leaders. Jinarakita Buddhist College has contributed to creating hundreds of massive graduates engaged in various fields of work, including the strategic government sector, education, and large multinational industries. Jinarakita Buddhist College, the pride of Lampung Province, the city of Sangbumi Ruwajurai, working for the sake of the nation rooted in the culture of the archipelago.
So here we have a special guest from Huavan University. I would like to welcome the team of Huavan University. Welcome to Island of Sumatra, precisely at Lampung. Welcome Professor Ling Chung Yi and teams. And now I would like to request, please kindly come to the stage, Professor Ling Chung Yi, to give a speech for us.
And dear Dr. Permanash Sa, and all my dear friends and students and faculty and colleagues, yeah, it's really an honor of me, yeah, to come to this cross ceremony for the first conference and symposium of Buddhism, applied Buddhism, and Buddhayana spirit movement. Yeah. It's not easy at all for a university to have a 9-country scholar conference at his first year. So let me congratulate the principal here and all of you. the topic of this conference is very, very important. Yeah. And as you know, the world is coming to a rapid speed. Individualistic is also the current value of society. So society become a part. People are really alienized from each other and conflicts from the difference of diversity. So the Buddhist spirit is to unite without sacrifice the individuality. So this is the spirit we need for the society. And what is important for this movement is education. So I'm very happy we get many scholars, educators, and religious leaders together here to discuss about how to apply the Buddhist spirit in higher education. Yeah, and in my country, Taiwan, I believe is heavily influenced by Buddhist spirit. As you can see, Taiwan is a very, very balanced society. It's well balanced between ancient and modern, technology and humanity, international and local, nature and science. And this kind of balance also form an ecological richness. Yeah. And as I observe, one of the main factors that create this kind of rich ecology is Buddhist spirit. And I also see the day before yesterday in the school I visit in Jakarta, the Sekolah Ekayana Dharma School. Yeah. You know, it impressed me a lot. Yeah. I see the Buddhist spirit in the eyes of kindergarten boys, in the eyes of junior high school, elementary school, in the eye of senior high school students. Yeah. It's very heart touching when you see a kid, every kid happily and naturally say, 阿弥陀佛, to us. Yeah. And suddenly I become very calm myself. Yeah. And that's the spirit and that's the hope that we see for this humankind, humanities, and this is society. And I want to emphasize again, that's the Buddhist spirit. Yeah. It make you harmony, make you happy, make you calm. And the mindfulness practice there also impressed us a lot. Yeah. I think Taiwan junior high or high school should come to here to learn from the practice instead of you come to Taiwan. But still, higher education, I think we can have some cooperations for the future. Yeah. Congratulations again, and I hope that this conference will held maybe every year or every other years. Yeah, and maybe next time in Taiwan. Let's come together again. Thank you very much. Sure.
So I would like to invite, please kindly come to the podium, Dr. Burmansa MPD, to hand over the plaque for the President of Huafan University, Taiwan. Yes, thank you so much, the President of Waban University, Taiwan. Most Venerable Sangha, the honorable speaker from 9 countries, ladies and gentlemen, audiences, respected special guests and distinguished guests,
Biku Sangha yang dimuliakan, para pembicara yang berasal dari 9 negara yang kami hormati, para hadirin sekalian yang berbahagia. Namo Sangyang Adi Buddhaya. Namo Buddhaya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Shalom, may peace be upon us. Good evening, Tabe Pon.
we praise to Almighty God, Adi Buddha, Buddhas, Bodhisattva, and Mahasattva, because we are still here, given strength and help, so that we can take part in the closing ceremony of International Conference and Symposium Jendara Kita Buddhist College of Lampung 2023.
Puji syukur kami panjatkan kepada Sang Yang Adi Buddha, Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, para Buddha, Bodhisattva, dan Mahasattva, karena kita masih diberikan kekuatan dan kesehatan sehingga masih dapat mengikuti kegiatan penutupan konferensi dan simposium internasional tahun 2023 Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Agama Buddha Jendara Kita Lampung.
The honorable audiences, the next is a speech report by the chief committee of this conference. Please be invited to the stage, Mr. Susanto.
Recording in progress.
Para hadirin yang terhormat, meningkat acara selanjutnya adalah sambutan Ketua Pelaksana Konferensi dan Simposium Internasional pertama oleh Bapak Susanto MPD. Kepadanya disilahkan.
Sangha yang kami muliakan, yang kami hormati, para pembicara dari 9 negara, dan yang kami hormati, seluruh peserta dalam konferensi dan simposium pada hari ini. Serta tak lupa yang kami hormati kepada seluruh tamu kehormatan dalam acara The International Symposium on Applied Buddhism and Buddhayana Spirit Movement in 2023. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Shalom, Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Namo Sangyang Adi Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya. Tabi pun. Terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada seluruh pembicara, peserta, dan tamu kehormatan dalam konferensi internasional ini. Kehadiran dan kontribusi Anda telah memperkaya acara ini secara signifikan. Terima kasih juga kepada seluruh panitia, sponsor, dan semua pihak yang turut mendukung. Semoga hasil konferensi ini dapat menjadi titik awal bagi kita dalam meningkatkan kolaborasi yang lebih erat tentunya dan mendukung daripada pengembangan Buddha Dharma dan dalam melestarikan ajaran yang telah diwariskan oleh Sukong asin jinara kita. Dengan penuh rasa terima kasih kami ucapkan juga kepada guru pembimbing kami selaku dan beliau juga ketua dari kami yang tak pernah lupa dan tak pernah lelah dalam membimbing kami, kepada Yang Mulia Bante Nyana Bandu Sakya. Terima kasih atas bimbingannya. Dan tak lupa mari kita mengakhiri konferensi internasional ini. Semoga setelah langkah kita membawa perubahan positif dalam perkembangan daripada Buddhayana Spirit Movement, baik itu di Lampung, di Indonesia, dan di seluruh dunia tentunya. Demikian yang dapat saya sampaikan. Saya mohon maaf mewakili seluruh panitia jika dalam memberikan pelayanan masih banyak sekali kekurangan dalam kegiatan konferensi ini. Saya akhiri, selamat sore, Namo Sang Yang Adi Budaya, Namo Buddhaya.
The next speech will be delivered by the head of Indonesia Buddhayana Council of Lampung Province. Please kindly be invited to the stage, Mr. Indra Halim.
Meningkat acara selanjutnya, sambutan dari Ketua Majelis Buddhayana Indonesia Provinsi Lampung, Bapak Indra Halim. Kepada Bapak disilahkan.
Namo Sang Yang Adi Budaya, Namo Buddhaya. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Selamat siang menjelang sore. Yang acara yang luar biasa. Wah. Maaf, saya baru pulang dari Chungguo. Saya juga mengikuti acaranya yang luar biasa ini. Ya, saya menyesal kalau tidak mengikuti. Dimanapun juga saya tetap menghadirin acara di sini. Kalau nggak rugi. Ya. Namo Buddhaya. Nah. Ya. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Ya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya. Om Swastiastu. Ya. Salam kebajikan. Ya. Ya. Puji dan syukur ya kami panjatkan kepada Sang Yang Adi Buddha, Tuhan Yang Maha Esa. Para Buddha Indonesia dan Mahasatwa, karena atas kebajikan serta perlindungannya kita selalu dalam keadaan sehat sehingga dapat hadir di forum yang luar biasa ini. Saya juga mengucapkan selamat kepada tamu dari luar kota, terutama yang juga dari 9 negara punya tamu. Ya, saya selamat ya. Yang dari MBI juga yang luar biasa, semua petingginya pada hadir. Saya juga memonitor dari Pak Canto ya belum masih hadir ya, sama dari MBI, BBI juga pada hadir semuanya ya. Dari kementerian juga pada hadir ya, terima kasih sekali. Ya. 我尊敬的法法大学校长与教授们， 翻译，你们都来。首先祝福大家平安幸福，尊重去感恩至高全能佛祖的师父，使到我们都现在病人起飞在解非凡并重大的讲座会解车的讲座会，我祝大家也全部就是圆满成功我也祝这位高僧加高僧们以这位的佛教朋友们呀，祝大家身体健康，万事顺利。尊者大师当祝是顺利，也是祝大家这次的开会圆满成功。明天就是我们最后一天，就是我会加油机会，我会记住我的身份来跟大家一起联络，也是我能够跟大家一起沟通。你们喜欢南榜多住几天好不好？也谢谢，阿弥陀佛。
The next is the speech and the closing remarks of International Conference and Symposiums from Head of Jinara Kita Buddhist College of Lampung. Please be invited to the stage Dr. Burmansa MPD or Venerable Nyana Bandu Sakya Stawira.
Peningkat acara selanjutnya adalah sambutan sekaligus penutup kegiatan konferensi dan simposium internasional. Kepada Bante Nyana Bandu Sakya dipersilakan.
Okay. Dear respected everyone, my first happiness that I would like to express for the president of Wafan University of Taiwan. Welcome to Lampung province. Thank you so much. Everyone have to know that the president of Wafan University of Taiwan just landed from Jakarta. They had some activities in Jakarta and then they extended to come to our conference. Thank you so much for your kind attention. We are feeling honored to have you here, and this very great moment for us. And of course, for everyone, thank you so much for following the schedule very well and very supportive. And also I would like to give our best honor to Mr. Indra Halim, the head of Buddhayana, Indonesia Buddhayana Council, Lampung province. If you want to know, the one who help and give big support to conduct this conference and symposium is himself, because he put everything to make this event can be happen today, and also supported by the Buddhist Women Fellowship of Lampung province, Mrs. Lucy, and his husband. Thank you so much for your help. And also the Indonesian Buddhayana Youth Fellowship, Lampung province, Dedi Kondana. Thank you so much for your cooperative with your team, and all Buddhist society and also our partner and our supporter. Yeah, I cannot mention one by one. And also our very honored and respected partner in our institutions like Sriwijaya Sriwijaya State Buddhist College of Tangerang, Samaratunga Buddhist College of Boyolali, Bodhidharma Buddhist College of Medan, and also Islamic State University Raden Mas Said of Surakarta. Yeah, thank you for your cooperation to support us and pursue this event happen today. So from our very good wishes for us, we wish that this event can bring insight and new idea for us to bring in the academic approach, and also for us in a Buddhist society with a new value by bringing the Buddhayana spirit movement in our daily life, in our way how to be in as a Buddhist, the real Buddhist according to the teaching of the Buddha, and bring the spirit of what the late of most venerable Asin Jinara kita advocating in our Buddhism practices. Yeah. So on behalf of our institution, Jinara Kita Buddhist College of Lampung, and other partner, and also the Directorate of General Minister of Religious Affairs, we are very proud to have this event. We wish in the upcoming year we will have the second international and conference as well. So in this moment, unofficially, we close this event on behalf of Three Jewels. Thank you.
The next is praying that will be led by Venerable Badra Kema. Please be invited to the stage, Venerable Badra Kema.
Acara selanjutnya pembacaan doa yang akan dipimpin oleh Yang Mulia Bikuni Badra Kema. Kepada Bikuni disilakan.
The most venerable Sangha, the honorable guests, thank you for letting me to lead us in prayer. Together we will recite the Parita Vandana. Namo Sanghyang Adi Buddhaya, Namo Sanghyang Adi Buddhaya, Namo Sanghyang Adi Buddhaya, Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Sama Sambuddhassa, Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Sama Sambuddhassa, Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Sama Sambuddhassa, Namo Sarve Bodhisattvaya Mahasattvaya, Namo Sarve Bodhisattvaya Mahasattvaya, Namo Sarve Bodhisattvaya Mahasattvaya Sabe Sata Bhavantu Sukhitata Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Thank you.
Well, everyone, as we would like to collect the memory for this event, I would like to request in the ready position, we would like to take a picture together from your side. So the team will take a picture from this stage. Thank you. Sebagai informasi, kita akan foto bersama dan foto akan diambil dari atas panggung. Terima kasih. Okay, please look ahead to the cameramans. On the back side, you can just stand up or you can, yeah. Yeah, please bring a round of applause. So that is for closing session of International Conference and Symposium on Applied Buddhism and Buddhayana 2023, Jinarakita Buddhist College of Lampung. Hopefully this event will be a momentum to increase Buddhayana spirit movement and can practice the Buddha teaching Buddha in daily life. We would like also to thank to all speakers, participants, and sponsor in the first International Conference and Symposium 2023. See you on our next event.
Demikian acara penutupan konferensi dan simposium internasional Agama Buddha Terapan dan Gerakan Semangat Buddhayana pertama tahun 2023 Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Agama Buddha Jinarakita. Semoga kegiatan ini menjadi momentum untuk meningkatkan gerakan semangat Buddhayana dan dapat mempraktikkan ajaran Buddha dalam kehidupan sehari-hari. Kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada seluruh pembicara dan partisipan serta para sponsor dan pendukung kegiatan International Conference dan akan berjumpa lagi pada kegiatan-kegiatan yang akan datang. Sampai jumpa. Sabe sata bawantu sukitata. Semoga semua makhluk hidup berbahagia. Sadu, sadu, sadu. Thank you.
Bapak dan Ibu, kami beritahukan kepada tamu undangan bahwasanya nanti malam masih ada gala dinner untuk di Hotel Golden Tulip. Sekali lagi kami beritahukan kepada Bapak Ibu tamu undangan bahwasanya nanti malam masih ada acara gala dinner di Hotel Golden Tulip.